closed session. Mayor Pro Tem, would you read that into the record?
Yes, Madam Mayor, thank you. I move to go into closed session to preserve the attorney-client privilege between the city's attorneys and the city council regarding litigation involving the following parties: the estate of Nasanto Antonia Crenshaw and Matthew Lewis Sletton, and to discuss matters relating to the location or expansion of industries or other businesses in the Greensboro area, and to instruct the public body staff concerning the position to be taken by or on behalf of the public body in negotiating the price and other material terms of a contract or proposed contract for the acquisition of real property by purchase, option, exchange, or lease.
Second. Okay, that's been moved by Mrs. Busewader, seconded by Mrs. Thurm. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
And that passes unanimously. We will be back at 5:30.
Welcome to Gate City Insider. I'm Rosemary Plyben. All of us know personally, or at least encounter, Greensboro neighbors who are struggling. Maybe you see them walking downtown streets carrying their belongings. Maybe you see them putting back food at the grocery store, or maybe they work right next to you, never letting on that they are one car repair, one tooth filling, or one very high power bill away from losing their home. Well, this is the reality for those living in poverty, experiencing now or on the verge of experiencing homelessness. John Thornton has seen these situations play out over and over. He's working on a lifeline to stop that over and over cycle. He's the founder and executive director of HELD. Hello and welcome.
Hey, thank you so much for having me.
So glad to have you. Okay, before we even talk about HELD, let's talk about you and kind of how you got into this work. Give us a little background.
Yeah, so my background is started in pastoral ministry out of grad school. Actually worked at First Baptist Greensboro, and while I was there, I became sort of the go-to guy when someone walked in off the street in need. So it was helping manage the benevolence funds and just meeting people's needs right where they were. As I was doing that, we had someone who gave to a fund there and was able to actually use pretty significant thousands of dollars to help people out of poverty. And so I sat with people that were struggling, people who were homeless, and said, in 6 months, if you could envision yourself being stable, paying for what you need, what do you need to buy between now and then? And then we did this crazy thing where we just used the money and bought those things. And it seemed to work over and over and over again. And so I took that knowledge with me into working with the homeless at the Interactive Resource Center for years.
Because you were seeing some trends kind of from these people who were walking in your door, right? That like we were talking about that one car repair, the tooth filling, the
Exactly.
power bill.
Yeah, we had a guy who was actually a church member and was struggling with poverty. He'd inherited his home, so he had somewhere to live. And he had a job as a welder. His car broke down, so he lost his job. He lost his job, so he couldn't get his car fixed. So he couldn't get a job to get his car. He was just kind of stuck.
Right.
So we took a couple $1,000s, got him a car, got him insurance, got him some gas money, got his utilities turned back on, and within a few weeks, he was back working as a welder, making more money than I did as a minister.
Oh, wow. That's a good success
I was in the wrong line of work, apparently.
So at first you were actually buying the things that they needed, or giving, or paying the bill, perhaps. But then it kind of morphed into this idea of just giving over the money. So kind of talk about evolution and how that worked.
That's right. So after ministry, I started working at the Interactive Resource Center, a day center for the homeless here in Greensboro. And actually my first day was February 18th, 2020. And then about 3 weeks later, the world was totally normal and everything was fine. And we sheltered people for about a year. And as we were coming out of that, I put together a project at the IRC that was guaranteed income. So people get the money, they can spend it on whatever it is they want or need. So we got 10 people that were homeless, $5,000 each. We got them a volunteer to support them, a phone and service, and then a bank account, which was actually a huge challenge and barrier to even getting the funding that they needed. But within just a few months, several of the people were able to move into housing. The very first person that we gave that money to was living in an apartment, and within a week of getting $5,000, got approved for a place and moved in. So I was able to see it work on a sort of another scale, and it was a lot easier than running around and buying things for people.
Okay, so this is a new idea, but some people are listening saying, wait, aren't we already doing this? Aren't there agencies out there providing food, providing housing, providing clothing, legal assistance, medical assistance? So exactly how is this different? Really drill that down.
Yeah, that's really good. When I was growing up, my dad used to tell this joke that money can't buy happiness, but happiness can't buy groceries. And when it comes to money, there's oftentimes no substitute, no services that can account for paying for rent, putting in a deposit. Turns out landlords only take cash. And so moving into a place, keeping a place, getting groceries, getting that car fixed, there's just no substitute for having the money at the time that you need it to pay for the thing that you need. And all of us know that, and we oftentimes take it for granted until we don't, until our car needs fixing, until our rent is due. And so this is just another intervention to serve people, to support them with something that they need, much like healthcare, social support, diapers for a child, food in the pantry. This is another support that people need.
It's another layer.
It's another layer. That's right.
It's exactly another layer. Okay, so was it initially difficult to find support for this effort? And when you said, I'm just going to give away money, and people are like, wait a minute, are you crazy? You're just giving away money?
Well, people still think I'm crazy, yes. But no, people were pretty supportive. They wanted to know, how are they going to get the money? Where are they going to come from? There were a lot of practical questions. So you're just going to people walk in off the streets. So that's where I really learned about developing a partnership process. So with that IRC project, we had referrals from partner agencies like Goodwill. We had referrals from case managers. So there was a way for people to come into the program, get the support that they needed, and then worked out fund disbursement. We're not just handing over an envelope of cash that can get lost. We help them get a bank account, put the money in the account, help them access it, use it in a way that best works for them.
Okay, so yeah, let's drill that down. So
Yep.
that you said that was a challenge at first,
Yep.
but you had to figure out what's the best way to get a bank account for somebody who maybe doesn't have a permanent residence at the time.
That's right.
And right?
Yeah. Yeah, and so it's really about providing that stability for people. People that are homeless or struggling with housing or just struggling, they have enough chaos in their lives. They have enough going on, enough to worry about. And so what I saw my role as, and still see it as, is providing that stability that people can rely on. So there's a lot of questions that they may have. They may be struggling with employment, don't know where I'm going to work, don't know where I'm going to live. But the way we set things up is, you're going to get this money in this way, and here's what the program is going to be. And that's just something that's really hard to come by for services and service providers that themselves are dealing with the chaos of other people's lives. And so that was a huge part of that project, and then starting HELD.
And so exactly how it works, get the bank account set up, and then what happens?
Yeah, so for that project, we started with the bank accounts, and when I learned from that was that it's very difficult to open a bank account. It's something people need, but it can be step number 2 or 3. So now for HELD, we provide direct guaranteed income to people who need it, both homeless and housed, people that are struggling. And the way we do that is we work with a platform called Give Card. So they get a reloadable debit card. So it's not just Visa gift card you get at the grocery store. It's got a PIN, it's locked, but they can use it right out of the envelope and go get the things that they need. And so found a balance between
the bank account
safety
part,
and security, but also not creating a huge barrier for people that just need the money.
And so they will get a certain amount of money each month for a certain amount of time? Is that how it works?
Yeah, that's right. So I did that project at the IRC, and then I left to start HELD because I realized there are a lot of agencies that want to provide financial support. They see people that need it. They want them to get it. And those agencies would tell me, we don't know how to do it, and we can't afford it. So I thought, well, I figured out how to do it. I love doing it. So what if I could afford it? So if I raise the money, bring it in, will you send people to me? You keep providing the services that you provide. HELD, we provide the guaranteed income. And so that's where that partnership model came from. So we started with Goodwill as our first partner, and they sent 4 people to us in July of 2023, and we began providing them $833 a month for a year. So it's $10,000 total. One of those people was homeless. I think we'll talk about in a little bit. But baseline is some sort of monthly guaranteed income over a period of time.
Okay, and so you've said it a number of times. Let's tell people where did HELD come from? What's the idea? I mean, we know the idea behind it, but why? What's in the name?
Right. Yeah, I perhaps foolishly chose a name that is not self-explanatory at all. It makes no sense unless I'm the one telling about how it goes. So HELD really is this concept from this therapist, D.W. Winnicott. So he's a child therapist in the 40s, 50s, and 60s, and he had this idea that we all need to be held. Children need physical holding, but it's more than that. It's emotional, it's supportive. But then as we grow up, we need people that support us, that know us, that are able to be there for us when we're struggling. And part of that holding is that it's personal, so it's someone that knows you. It's intimate. It can be physical, like with a child, but it's also stable and reliable. And that's where the guaranteed income comes in. So we're partnering with agencies. They're getting to know people, providing services. This person needs help finding housing. This person needs help with childcare. This person needs help with employment. They're helping them with those things, and then we come in and provide that stable, reliable, guaranteed income. They know every month on this day they're going to receive this income. They can bank on it. And together, that's what it means for someone to be held.
It's like the foundation of a house.
The
holding it
foundation,
up,
that's right.
Yeah.
That's right. There's
Yeah.
also a song by the band Smog that I really like, this indie band, and it's called Held, and it's this like cool guitar riff, and the guy's like very deep, booming voice, and the first line is, "For the first time in my life, I let myself be held like a big old baby." And so I like that it's that there is something deeply intimate to us as people, and it's also a little bit funny that we all, to some degree, are like a big old baby.
Yeah, I like that. I like that. All right, okay. John's going to stay with us because I know that some of you are thinking, okay, yeah, this is a great idea, but can it really work? Can a few $100, $800 a month or so really turn around a person's life forever, perhaps? Well, we're going to find out when we hear some client stories coming up right after this break. Welcome back to Gate City Insider. With us today is John Thornton. Welcome back to Gate City Insider. With us today is John Thornton, Executive Director of HELD, a Greensboro nonprofit that provides guaranteed income directly to people in need. It sounds so simple, and in some ways it is very simple. So talk to us about your partners. How are you making this work locally and on a bigger level?
Yeah, so we work through a partnership model. So we've got to say no to somebody because we don't have unlimited money, unfortunately. We're working on that. But we work with partner agencies. They're already working with people, whether that's helping them with employment, with housing, childcare, just taking the next step in their life. So they refer people to us, and then we begin providing them the guaranteed income that we've agreed upon for that program. So locally, we've worked with Goodwill and Step Up and now the YWCA Emergency Shelter. But we also have partnerships across the state where they provide the funding, the programming, and the people. We help facilitate and make sure that money gets to the people who need it.
Right, because again, we talked about those obstacles, and you've
so
done
many
that
challenges.
work.
That's right. Yeah, it's so difficult for agencies to get money to people who need it. So we started in July of 2023 providing the first direct income to anyone that we had done. We started with 4 people with a partnership with Goodwill. Even just 1 year ago this month, we were giving money directly to 7 people who need it. Last month, we gave money to 94 people.
Whoa.
Across 5 programs. We're in Charlotte, Winston, obviously Greensboro, and Durham. And so we've got partnerships with a neighborhood association down there in Charlotte. We've got a program with Duke as part of a research study, and then the United Way of Winston-Salem. And each program is different. It has different amounts going for different needs as part of different programs. And then locally, we've started focusing specifically on homelessness. So that's the big thing we're going to focus on. And so we've started what we call the housing support program. Other than HELD, I'm not good at naming things. I just call it what it is. And so
You're working with lots of people.
That's
to help,
right.
Yeah.
That's right. Yeah. So
you're doing what you're good at.
Yes. Yeah. And so as part of that program, people that are currently homeless but sheltered, whether that's a couch, staying in a shelter, long-term shelter, emergency shelter, they get referred to us, and they now get $3,000 in upfront costs for move-in, things like that, and then $750 a month for a year. We also have a participant support specialist that checks in with everybody once a week, and then we've got a list of available apartment units as well.
Okay, so there are people who are skeptical, right? People are, how do we know this is really going to work? How do we know that people are going to use this money to really get them back on their feet, to pay that bill, to get the car fixed, et cetera, et cetera?
Yeah. Well, the short answer is we don't. And I'm very sympathetic to people that have those suspicions, because I, myself, working at the church in situations, I know everyone that I know has helped someone, and a lot of times they've helped them financially. And everyone I know has been disappointed when they've done that in some capacity. It didn't work. We weren't able to help them with what they needed. They misspent it. So I get where that suspicion comes from. I've done it myself. I've seen it. But what I've also seen is people that were homeless that moved out of a hotel and into an apartment. I've seen people that were on the streets that are now in their own apartment working full time. I've seen people that got hurt 1 month after we started providing them funding, fell behind on rent, but were able to stay caught up because they were receiving guaranteed income, were able to get back into their place and then move into a new place with their mom. We had someone who got in a car accident like 3 weeks after we started providing them, had no idea that would happen. And so there are a lot of unknowns, and we don't know how people are going to spend it. When you give people money, you give them trust. That's a scary thing, but there's really no substitute.
But it's also an amazing thing.
It's awesome. When it works, it's the coolest thing.
Maybe they have never had that trust given to them,
That's right.
too. And there's something to say there. So let's talk about some of the people that you've really impacted. So tell us about Toby.
Yeah, so Toby is HELD's participant support specialist. I may be spoiling the ending here.
Right, yeah,
Toby works for HELD and supports all of our people in our local program. So calls once a week to check in, see how they're doing, makes referrals to agencies that we have relationships with based on need. Toby was also the first person that received guaranteed income as a part of that project with the Interactive Resource Center that I started. So Toby
didn't always work for HELD.
No, that's correct.
That's right. Yeah.
So Toby was homeless, working 2 jobs, living in a hotel, falling further and further behind, paying $300, $400, $500 a week. During furniture market, paid $1,000 for a hotel.
For that hotel room. Yeah.
For a hotel room smaller than this space in here. And was falling further and further behind. Thought to himself when he got referred to the HELD program, gosh, I could get out of this if I just had like $5,000. And $5,000 within a week, signs a lease on his place. Within a week after that, moves in. About a year later, starts working for HELD and is now supporting all of the people that we give money to in our local programs.
And people are saying, how can that happen? Because that $5,000 allowed for first month's and last month's rent,
right.
security deposit, and
That's right.
Maybe, and then just a couple extra bucks to pay off some bills and to start fresh.
That's right. To get in, get stable, and find reliable transportation to keep those jobs, to stop falling behind by paying so much. And it's not that easy for everybody, but there are a lot of people for whom it is that easy that the resources aren't there.
So why not, right? Why not? Okay, how about Brian?
Yeah, so flash forward, Toby is our first person with the Interactive Resource Center. I go from there, start HELD, and Brian was the very first person that we started giving money to with HELD. Brian was also homeless, was referred to us from Goodwill, was 19 years old at the time, living on the streets, had a difficult relationship with his family, came here to stay with some friends. A lot of people do this. That didn't work out. Didn't have anywhere to go, didn't have anybody to support him. And so Brian winds up on the street, sleeping outside the Children's Museum, staying at the library, is working at Goodwill, so gets referred to HELD. We began providing Brian $833 a month, the $10,000 total. Through that partnership, our support, and also Youth Focus, was able to get into a rehousing program, and now has been in his own apartment for about a year and a half, is now in the interview process for a really great full-time job that'll be starting here in a few weeks.
That's exciting. Yeah.
It's pretty cool.
And so he's done with the HELD program.
That's right.
He's graduated.
That's right.
And he's still supporting himself.
That's right.
Yes, that's definitely success.
Yeah.
Okay, and Wanda.
Yeah, so Wanda was also in that first group of people that came in through Goodwill. And so Wanda was not homeless, but Wanda had a job that she lost after like 30 years. She'd had rotator cuff surgery. It was pretty physically demanding, so she had a daughter with disabilities. Had stable, reliable housing, but still had a lot of expenses and didn't know what to do. So used the money to take some classes at GTCC. The very first thing that she used the money for, and I saw it on the card statement, was to go to the DMV and make sure that her car registration was taken care of, because she knew if she lost her car or got in trouble there, she wouldn't be able to pursue those jobs. After about 8 months, she got a full-time job that's better suited to her physical abilities.
And says this is just 3, and
Yeah,
and you've
yeah.
just started. I mean, you really have just started.
Yeah.
So where does the money come from? I mean, $10,000 is not chump change. So you have to have some people who believe in you, or organizations. How does it work?
Yeah. People ask me this pretty regularly. Where do you get your money from? I'm like, I don't know. I just ask people and they give it to me. Our first donation came because I was hanging out at the bar at a brewery and a guy asked me what I do. Like literally the first donation for HELD. And he wrote a check right then.
Nice.
So,
wow.
So we're supported by, we have about 100 recurring monthly donations. We have faith communities that have supported us. That fund that I mentioned earlier that I used at First Baptist to help get people out of poverty, First Baptist Church Greensboro has given $40,000 from that fund to HELD, and we have turned around and given that directly to people who need it. So it comes from all over, and I tell people, for everyone that we are supporting, every dollar counts. And so when they give to HELD, no matter what they're able to give, $5,000, $10,000, $15,000, whatever they're able.
Yeah.
Anything they're able to give, every dollar counts.
So what is it going to take to sustain this, to grow it, to scale it?
It's a really good question. The number one thing is funding, but we are looking at expanding this homeless project here in Greensboro. We'd like to get to 40 to 50 households. And so what that's going to look like is working with people. I have found that what works best is when people can get into a shelter. Working with people with their shelter in some sort of stable, reliable place, it's way easier to more rapidly move them out of that shelter and into a place using the direct guaranteed income. There's people in less stable situations that I'd like to expand to as well, but that seems to be the model that works. We actually just today found out that our second person from this project we've started here for the homeless is moving out of a long-term shelter and into an apartment this week. So that seems to be kind of the formula for, like, this is the best way we can have an impact for people here.
And that's the research. That's what we've seen over and over too, is stable housing is the key to everything else, to health, to family support, to income, all the things.
That's right. That's right. So that seems to be what we're looking at is how can we partner with agencies where people are moving into shelter, get them from shelter as quickly as possible into their own place, now that shelter bed is open back up for somebody else. And it's really fun. Like, I just love it. I mean, we asked where the funding comes from. I just love talking about it, and I'm able to tell people, I can't guarantee success, but no agency can.
Right.
What I can tell you is, here's the support this person's going to get. Here's how we've seen it work, and we're just going to go do more of it. And I'd like for people to be a part of that.
I like to hear that. Okay, so I do want to tell you, if you want to read more about Toby, Brian, Wanda, about the program, do go to the website. It's heldgso.org. Okay, when we come back, we're going to talk more about partnerships and an emerging one happening with the Interactive Resource Center, and that's coming up right after this break. Welcome back to Gate City Insider. With us today is John Thornton, Executive Director of HELD, a nonprofit providing guaranteed income directly to those in need. Also joining us this segment, Benita Curtin, Interim Executive Director of the Interactive Resource Center, a HELD partner. Hello and welcome. Welcome back and welcome to you. Glad to have you here. Benita, let's start with you because, you know, many who are watching have heard at least about some of the challenges the IRC has faced, particularly in the last year. So share a little bit about where the organization is now and the future.
Yes. So I would say one of the things that we feel that things are improving. We hope we're hearing feedback from the neighbors that they feel like things are improving. Just left a meeting this morning that they spoke of some improvements that they see. So I'm going to go with we see improvements. And I think where those improvements are coming from, we did have previous leadership. So November 1st, she went back to from 24/7 to our regular Monday through Friday, 8 to 3. So I think that helped alleviate some of the concerns that were going on. But what we saw when I took over in November, I took over about mid-November, was that, okay, we've done that. That's great. So what are we going to do next? So we're going to address things that people are saying. So we're going to address safety. We're going to address the cleanliness of the outside and the appearance of things. And so we really said we're going to be consistent in that, and we're going to spread the message to our guests that this is your place, this is for you, so we want you to also take some ownership of that, right? So we hired more facility people to help with the cleaning, or we actually had them on site. We actually extended some hours for them to do that, right? But I think the other thing is consistency. Consistency in the messaging to our guests, consistency with when we're talking about we're going to manage behaviors, that we're going to work with you and we're going to meet you where you are, but you're not going to impede anyone else's progress and happiness and peace here. And so that message, I think, pretty quickly spread. And so out of that, we also had a committee before, which was, I guess, advisory committee. And we weren't as consistent with that meeting or feedback. And so we really revved that up and said, hey, if we're going to do this, you have to tell us. We're here with you, but you're on the front lines. And so we heard from them different ways that we can do grievances, different ways that we can approach if we have to ban someone. And so we implemented those changes. One of the biggest things that we implemented is something that's coming up this Friday from 10 to 1. We're having a resource fair for our guests. And so that came from them saying, listen, you all are doing all these things, is great, but we also need more resources in the community. We feel safe here now. We want those resources to come on site so that we can feel like we can access those resources, because a lot of times, it's hard for them to go to a new building, a new place and meet new people. So just listening to that and what I've heard back so far is, okay, we feel like you're really listening and meeting our needs. So that's the biggest thing, is listening, implementing those changes and being consistent with those.
Yeah, and really being consistent with the core of your mission.
Yes.
And so tell us exactly what, for those who are unclear,
Sure.
what is the mission of the Interactive Resource Center? What are you doing day to day?
Sure. So Interactive Resource Center is part of what it just says, a resource center. The resource center is for those who are experiencing homelessness. So we are a day center. We can't solve a lot of other things, but we are a day center. So what we're saying is, during the day, if you come here, these are the resources that we have. We will pull together with the resources in the community, and we will have them here for you so that during these hours you can access those. And so that's really at its base level what we are. We may have different programs that do different things, but we're really here to be a resource to help you along this journey.
Yeah, help you get to the next step. And that's where kind of HELD is, is a partner. You talk about the resources, one of many partners. So how did you connect? I know that you have some history and know each other already, but I mean, how did you actually decide to connect the programs a little bit?
Exactly.
Yeah, I think our history is quite strong. You made it sound like
I
know you guys have beef, but now
no. You know each other from working together.
Now, I mentioned that I had worked at the Interactive Resource Center for 3 years. I started the middle of February, and a week later, I got a new office mate, Benita Kurt.
Oh, wow.
And so we shared an office together for several years, worked together.
Some tough years.
It was not easy. Yeah, we were in our office freaking out.
We're
for
like,
about
are we
a
going
week.
to have a job?
Yeah, are we gonna? Is the world gonna exist? Yeah. And so we worked together there, and then also, as I was doing that project that I mentioned, the very first pilot project, Benita actually referred, I think, 2 or 3 people into that project, supported them through their journey. And so as I have ventured out and started HELD, and then gone back to working specifically with the homeless here in Greensboro, it just made a lot of sense for us to reconnect and form this partnership.
And I would say, so at the time when John and I first met, I'd been a social worker for all 20 years and had various jobs in various states. I lived in Nebraska, lived in Florida, and Michigan. And so one of the things that he really pointed out with some data that changed and shifted for me was a lot of the work that we do as social workers is more parent to child type feeling. So we think we have to stand over you and tell you what to do, and
What you need to spend your money
right,
on.
what you need to spend your money on. And so when it came to guaranteed income, it's like, listen, it's what John said earlier about trust. We're building a trust relationship. So we're really building a partnership, as opposed to me as your parent standing here telling you what to do with your money, what to do with your life. So understanding that everyone has the right to autonomy, and that people, if given a chance, will make good decisions for the most part. Yes, you may have some people that don't, but we have to trust that the majority are going to. And when you put that trust back into their hands, we see amazing things happen. And so, from there, when John went to HELD, and as we're regrouping and we're looking at the challenges that we face, one of the things that we see is our voucher system, which is the housing vouchers that come through our community. There's a backlog with that, right? And so not only can people not get access to that quickly, there are some landlords, especially after COVID, I think we went up by like 75% in rental costs. So they're not accepting vouchers a lot. We lost a lot of that. So with HELD, what we see is, okay, if you can get the money into someone's hands, and they can go to a landlord and they can pay rent themselves. Now they're not waiting on that backlog. So that bottleneck starts to ease up, and people start to be able to flow through an actual system that works. And so that's one of the things that we have been talking about a lot in the new initiatives, and making sure that though we're there as a day center, that our numbers are dwindling. We're not there just trying to exist. We're there to make sure that they move to that next step, and HELD is the next step.
Yeah, I love that. Okay, and I think both of you have kind of touched on this, but apart from the housing, the job, what do you see just within a person shift when they're able to do these things, when you put that trust in them?
Wow.
Yeah, it's a good question. It's something like with Toby, where it's like you see what people imagine as the solution to their problems become a reality. With Toby saying, if only I had about $5,000, I could get out of here. And there it is. And that on some level, they know and we know they need money. And it's just not there. And they know it, and they sometimes can't even say it, because why would you even ask? Because it's not something that's typically offered. And so to see that, when I was a kid, my parents would, put me to bed or make me do whatever. And I would, instead of saying I don't want to go to bed, I would say I can't want to go to bed. I can't want to. I've talked to my therapist about this a lot. But I have found both with people that want to give money, they think it's not that they think I don't want to give money. Right. And when people receive it, it's not that they think I don't want the money. They think I can't want that. It doesn't exist.
Yeah.
Like I'm not allowed to because no one will give it to me.
Or maybe I don't deserve it.
Or there's and so to watch people make that move, and to see that the thing they know is one of the key problems that they are facing, one of the key hurdles, that there's someone out there going, okay, well we'll help you with that. And there's nobody else who's been able to do that they couldn't want that. It really opens up what else they might want.
Yeah.
And I would piggyback off that exactly, John. And I think one of the best way I can put it is, before they may have hoped in me and what I could do, now they hope in themselves. And you see that so clearly. And that changes their life. I mean, one of the gentlemen, we were able to get him guaranteed income, and the next month he had a full-time job. Well, he started off part-time. He went there, but he worked so hard. They gave him a full-time job when they didn't have a full-time position available. But he was such a great worker. But I think he said, I'm investing myself now. Someone else trusts me. That's what he actually told us. You all trust in me. I'm going to trust in myself, and I'm going to do this.
And in fact, I remember when we did the orientation with him, and he'd spent a lot of time in and out of prison over his life. It was really turning things around. And so one of the questions I asked at the orientation, and I said, so what is it, you've now got $5,000, what is it you think you want to spend that on?
Right.
And he goes, I'll have to get back to you on that, because I've never been able to think about that.
Yeah.
And to see that there's some people that think, oh, if only I had 5,000, I know exactly where I go. But then some people go, well, I've never had that opportunity. And that's what is exciting to see that open up for people. And that's what it's really all about.
Thank you. Thank you both for all the work you're doing.
Yeah.
Thanks for spending some time sharing it with us. And there are lots of resources where you can learn more about this. And this is new and emerging, and so it's a great time to get involved to find out about the good things happening at the Interactive Resource Center, the IRC. InteractiveResourceCenter.org is the place to go. HELD is heldgso.org. Once again, thanks so much for being with us today.
Thank you
both of
for
you.
having
Really
me.
appreciate you. Thank you for watching Gate City Insider, for spending some of your time with us today. For all of us here at Greensboro Television Network, we hope you have a great day.
Words don't do it justice. Pictures don't do it justice.
I felt like I knew what I was getting into, but I didn't.
Did this really happen? Is this truck hanging upside down in a tree, or is this house upside down?
It was just devastation everywhere. Everybody lost everything.
Seen floods before, but nothing like that.
I've never seen anything like it. It'll be in my head forever.
September 27th, 2024, forever changed North Carolina. Hurricane Helene wrought widespread devastation to the western part of our state. Floods washed away homes, crushed businesses, roads, and bridges, and took more than 100 of our neighbors from their families. First responders across the state and over state lines rushed to help. From Greensboro, firefighters, police, 911 dispatchers, engineers, and water and sewer specialists deployed by the dozen. More than 150 in all, with many more supporting them from home. Each of them has stories of heartache and hope.
We started getting phone calls from the state probably on Tuesday. Well, as the storm was headed that direction, and they kind of forecast the path. So we started preparing, trying to build our team.
Greensboro Fire Department initially sent a team of 18 to Transylvania County.
Wednesday afternoon, we started seeing a good amount of rain. We met with local officials who were kind of trying to point out flood-prone areas, and as the water was starting to get to flood levels. So early Thursday morning, we woke up, we had a team meeting, team briefing, and during that briefing, we got our first call, which it came in as firefighters trapped under a tree.
They got the trapped firefighters to safety, and then
One of the next calls that we got right after that was a mudslide, and it took out a house, and we were receiving calls that there was a kid trapped in that house. So we started trying to direct our crews to that area. The routes that they were trying to take were blocked by down trees, power lines, flood water. It took us around 2 hours to be able to cut our way through and to get our boats in an area where we could get them in and get across to that area. I've never seen a mudslide completely take out a house before. Our guys were able to splash a boat, ride across, make contact with a local fire. They used one of their vehicles to shuttle our guys up to the scene. And then our guys started trying to assist and wound up getting down to the bottom of the debris pile, and were able to get the little boy out. Once we got him out of the house, they were able to take him out, get him treated, wound up meeting back with his family at a local shelter where he stayed for a little while. We all have kids. Every guy that was up there responding has kids. I have a 10-year-old. One of the other guys in the command post with me has a 10-year-old. So listening to that on the radio, it's tough to hear. But you know that if it was my family, the guys that are out there going to try to rescue him, there's nobody better. Watching the look on their face and seeing, the sense of accomplishment of being able to get that kid out and get him reunited with his family, it's tough to beat. It's probably one of the more special things I've been involved in.
Greensboro Fire had 4 squads running calls that day.
We ran a lot of evacuations, like getting people out of, there was a trailer park that flooded, and just a lot of evacuations is what we ran that first day. It's dangerous work for the guys out there, the crews running. You got power lines down, the wind's still blowing, trees are still falling, and the flood is continuing to rise. So it's dangerous elements that they're out there operating in. They train for it, we practice for it, but this is one of the worst storms we've been a part of.
The next day, the team moved farther west.
The debris piles that blocked up under bridges that normally would have creeks and rivers flowing under them, it would just carve out a path and go around it. It turned creeks into rivers, and the rivers just, I mean, it just tore anything in sight, it tore it up. Words don't do it justice, pictures don't do it justice. The debris piles and the power of the water, once it started to flood, it made a path. Wherever it wanted to go, that's where it went. I think what makes this probably stand out the most is just the widespread damage. I mean, you're talking about from Brevard, Transylvania County, all the way over to like Watauga and Boone, just the widespread damage. And the miles, you can't compare it. You really can't. The amount of damage and devastation, the loss of property and life, it just, you can't compare it to anything that I've seen or anything probably that anybody on our team has seen.
Greensboro Fire Department teams worked more than 3 weeks in western North Carolina.
We sent an engine company up there that assisted Asheville Fire in one of their firehouses. We sent a battalion chief. We sent our RRT team, which is our hazmat team. So I think within the Greensboro Fire Department, we rotated almost 70 personnel through.
Jones thinks about his time there often.
There were people that lost family members. Their house was no longer even, it was just debris. But they were working out, trying to clean up. There was no water, there was no power. And you would still have people coming up to check on us to make sure we were okay. So it just gives you a sense of how resilient people are. You take like a sense of pride, being able to go and help and hopefully have a positive impact. But I don't see how you go and respond to something like that and it not change you in some form or fashion. I think it makes you grateful for what you have, more grateful for the family and what you have here in the city.
Jones and the team stay in touch with many of the families they met working storm recovery. In fact, his rescue team returned to Brevard around the holidays to visit the little boy they pulled from his collapsed house. In those first few days, some of the most critical hurricane response happened right here in Greensboro. Miles from the rain and floods, 911 operators here started getting calls first from Macon County and then from all over western North Carolina.
Whenever you dial 911 from where you are, it goes to your local agency. Then when western North Carolina, when their agencies were taken out of service because of the devastation, you could not dial 911. They could not dispatch responders. They did not have the availability, whether it be the cell phone services were down, power is out for them as well as the public.
The state 911 activated a system to route calls from affected areas to Greensboro and other North Carolina cities.
Trees down, power's out, flooding, still everyday medical calls, law enforcement calls. Just not only was it the everyday calls, but now everything attached to the storm on top of it.
Edwards and others taking calls then had to connect the callers to help.
We have a statewide radio channel that we can talk on and reach any agency within the state. However, it was so overwhelmed, it didn't work.
So they improvised, creating a shared spreadsheet and relaying calls agency to agency to get help where it was needed the most.
We had to do what we had to do, and if it meant that it took hours to get them the call, then it took hours for them to get the call.
The next day, 911 professionals from across the state teamed up to help even more.
After an event like this occurs and 911 centers go down, NENA, which is National Emergency Number Association, has a team, it's called a TERT team, and they are an emergency response team. They go out to these places and facilitate recovery efforts within the 911 center.
Phillips grew up on the Gulf Coast and had experience in hurricanes. She signed up to help right away.
I felt like I knew what I was getting into because I was in Katrina and Hurricane Ivan, so I felt like I knew what I was getting into, but I didn't. Hurricanes hit a lot different when they're in the mountains, so you're not expecting hurricanes. So I was driving down and crossing the interstate, and the one thing that hit me first was as soon as I got into Buncombe County, going down 40, there was a tree, trees all up and down the highway, of course, that were cut away. But the very first tree hit that was down, there was a North Carolina flag in it, a Buncombe County flag, and an American flag. And it just reminded me of the devastation of like 9/11. When I went, we were going because all of their employees, they've still been working in the 911 center, yet they have homes that have been destroyed. They had employees who had lost multiple members of their families along with their homes and their neighbors and things like that. And those people had still been in the center working because there was no one to work it. So my job was to go in there, get trained enough so that I could help run a dispatch so they could go home and take a break.
She was the first connection many had to help families who were stranded, neighbors with trees down, and as their power came back, people who saw fires spark and began to destroy what little the storm had spared.
They survived the storm and their house survived the storm, but then when power's coming back on, their homes were being caught on fire and they lost their home that way. So it was really sad. It made me think of our center and what would happen if this were to happen in our center. It made me start thinking about that and how we would react, and I want to start getting some things in place for that, because a lot of times when these emergencies happen, it's not really if it's going to happen, it's when it's going to happen.
Water was the biggest problem for Western North Carolina. First, too much, too fast, then not enough or none at all. Tens of thousands of people had no running water. Restoring it would be the first step to recovery.
I didn't think much of it. And even after the hurricane hit Western North Carolina, I still didn't think much of it.
We were actually working here in Greensboro fixing a water line, and we were talking about going to the mountains, so I actually texted Mr. Smith and asked if anybody was going.
And I told him, well, I hadn't got a request. As soon as I hear something, I'll let you know. And it was literally 10 minutes later. Our director, Mike Borchers, called and wanted to know if I could send some people down to help.
He texted me, he said, get a list of people that want to go.
I put my name on there at the top of my group's list.
We had boots on the ground in Asheville Monday morning at 7, 8 o'clock.
I was with the first group. We started off in Asheville, Black Mountain, and as Mr. Smith said, we was in Bakersville and then moved over to Spruce Pine.
Greensboro water and sewer crews went straight to work repairing the line that supplied water to all of Black Mountain.
The line was actually exposed and pretty much suspended in the air, and all of the dirt, which was probably 5-6 foot of dirt below it and probably 3-4 foot dirt above it, was completely gone. It had washed out that much debris and the line was just hanging in the air. It was like a shock and awe moment. To believe, to see it with your own eyes that it did that much damage. And that was at the very first job we went to. Little did we know we would see things worse and worse and worse, but from that point, it kind of gave me an idea of what we were in for.
There was just devastation everywhere. Everybody lost everything.
The team moved to Bakersville.
Bakersville had no map. They had no understanding of what their resources were as far as their infrastructure.
What Bakersville did have was a guy named Jameson.
He had lost most of his home due to the flood. But the thing about it, he just had it built. So now he's starting over from scratch again.
He worked from sun up to sundown every day. He was the only person in the town that knew the water system.
It was incredible because when we met that Mr. Jameson, as they were speaking of, the guy just jumped in the truck. He was ready to help. We literally mapped every piece of their water and sewer infrastructure for the entire town.
The teams worked 12 to 14-hour days, witnessing devastation and support like they had never seen before.
We were working in Bakersville on we call it an outfall. So it's where the sewer line is running down through a field. And we've seen helicopters flying around us the whole time. But this one helicopter was getting closer and closer and closer. So it was a military helicopter. And they started coming down. I was like, man, they're getting ready to land on us. So sure enough, we're filming. They're getting closer. And then this big dust bowl just gets created, and then we all get covered.
Helicopters were landing and delivering aid, and literally 1 block away, they could not get that aid to those folks because their bridge had been washed out for their driveway. So those are the kind of things that were it puts a lot of perspective on, how things happened.
After 2.5 days, water was flowing to Bakersville again.
The town is 490 people, roughly, and we restored water to everybody in the town.
I felt in my heart, we went up there and we done a good deed.
This is something I'll remember for the rest of my life. I'm sure the staff members that I had down there, they'll remember this for the rest of their life. To be able to help people and to see people in so much need and to see it so widespread. And although it may seem like we didn't do a lot, we did a lot in certain footprints, and we helped a lot of people. And I think just knowing that, and knowing that all of those folks appreciated it gives us a sense of pride.
When you walked around with a City of Greensboro emblem on your shirt or on your vest, and they were like, I know exactly who you are. I know why you're here, and thank you so much. Just gave you an overwhelming sense of pride for who you work for the city.
Pride. We heard that a lot talking with those who helped our neighbors in the West. They talked about their love of the mountains. Some went to school there, some vacation there. Others call the mountains home.
My whole family on my dad's side is from the Morganton area, all the way back to the 1700s in the Green Mountain area. And then my mom's side, as a majority of them are from Wilkes County.
Greensboro police officer Tristan Woody remembers watching the news about Helene and worrying.
The mountains are somewhere that my wife and I, my whole family really, we go for reunions every year, we go for vacation. It's a place of serenity. It's a place of renewal. And just a very peaceful place that we go to, enjoy ourselves and center ourselves. So it's very, very near and dear to me and my entire family.
When GPD put out a call for volunteers, Officer Woody was one of the first to go. A team of about 30 went to Asheville.
Honestly, it was surreal to see the level of devastation that just water can cause. The first thing they told us was that they needed assistance with looting prevention. So they stationed most of us around different pharmacies and stuff like that. As our time there progressed, they got more and more assistance, and things started to get a little bit more organized as different agencies started to pour in, and they got more and more resources. So then we were stationed at Biltmore Forest, and again, to prevent looting. Biltmore Forest was under about 27 foot of water, so pretty much every one-story shop or store completely obliterated. 6-7 inches of silt in the floor, everything that was on the shelves torn down and thrown up. It basically looked like a washing machine, like the inside of a washing machine on spin cycle. It's difficult because, I don't have any necessarily exact attachment to that specific store, but that somewhere in Asheville, that is somebody's entire livelihood that is just gone. And a lot of those people don't have flood insurance. So it's very, very hard to imagine what they're going through.
Hard to imagine and even harder to see. Woody says he often couldn't believe what was right in front of him.
The power of water, that's just what sticks in my head. I mean, like you have high tensile power lines that are just bent over and crumbled up like they're made of tinfoil. Bridges that are just picked up and moved on the other side of the river. Connex boxes, shipping cargo containers that are just moved 2-3 miles downstream and bent around a bridge joist like it's nothing. So just the sheer power and wide berth of the devastation that it just plowed through. I've never seen anything like it. It'll be in my head forever.
GPD support was right on time. Officers stepped in to support and relieve Asheville's first responders.
We had found out that a lot of the officers there either had lost their homes or had family that lost their homes. So us being up there, even if it was just to give these guys like a little bit of breathing room, because they had been working pretty much nonstop since the hurricane had hit. So we were able to come in there and kind of take some of the pressure off them, so that way they can go, check on their homes, check on their families, try to get food and supplies for their own families. Doing something as simple as manning a traffic post. That's a traffic post that an Asheville officer doesn't have to take care of, so they can go take care of other things.
And it wasn't just Greensboro. Volunteers from near and far answered the call for help.
Guys who are showing up just willing to work. I mean, even if it's just cutting trees or blocking traffic in a certain area, seeing so many able-bodied people willing to help was awesome. It was very inspiring to see all these different people from different walks of life, and how resilient North Carolinians are. You have people who have completely lost their homes. I mean, their homes are just picked up and destroyed like nothing. And these same people are the ones who are delivering food to people who are less fortunate than them. Seeing all these different agencies come together to assist a city in North Carolina in need was awesome.
Hurricane Helene forever changed our state. It forever changed the people who lived through it and those who went to help. The recovery is far from over, and the impact will be felt for years, generations perhaps. While much is still unknown, what is clear is that North Carolina and Greensboro will not look away, will not forget, and will go back to help again and again.
The work that we did, it just meant so much to so many people.
When I made contact and was able to pass it along, I was happy about that because that means somebody got help.
I'm very proud of what I've done. I have a sense of fulfillment, and if I'm asked to go back, I will definitely go back again.
I'd love to go back, and I think there are a lot of guys on the team that would love to go back, in a different capacity, just to try to help out.
Helping Asheville and helping Western North Carolina doesn't stop now just because GPD isn't up there, just because all of the resources that we send up there aren't up there. Like those folks up there, it's going to take years for them to get back to at least a small semblance of normal.
It changed me because you saw how little people had, but you also saw how much people were really willing to jump in and just help people. If they asked me to go back tomorrow, I'd go back tomorrow.
council. I need a motion to return from the closed session. Moved by Mrs. Hoffman, seconded by Mrs. Thurm. All in favor say aye. Aye. That passes unanimously. We are in the Katie Dorset Council Chamber. Let the record reflect that all members are in attendance. We will begin tonight's meeting with a moment of silence. Thank you. Ms. Pender, would you lead us in the pledge?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please silence any and all electronic devices. If you must make or receive a phone call, kindly do so from outside the council chamber. The City of Greensboro strongly encourages resident input at our meetings. It is the goal of the City Council that the Katie Dorset Council Chamber is a welcoming and safe space for all community members. In order to speak at tonight's meeting, individuals must sign up to speak by 6 p.m. If you signed up online, you must let the courier know that you are in attendance. Speakers may address specific consent or business agenda items with 3 minutes allocated for their remarks. Speakers cannot relinquish their time to others, and the speaker order is determined by the presiding officer, depending on the number of speakers. Council may adjust the time allotted for each person. Any handouts must be given to the courier for distribution. Speakers are expected to follow the rules of decorum, and any inappropriate behavior may result in removal from the meeting. Such removal will lead to an immediate 3-month suspension from in-person participation. In cases of physical altercation, suspension period extends to 12 months and criminal charges may apply. For those who are suspended, you may participate via Zoom to preserve your right to free speech. Zoom participants shall not speak until they are called upon. By statute, council members must vote on all items unless there is a direct financial interest. All votes will be moved and seconded, and the presiding officer will announce the vote total. We have a consent agenda for items G1 through G13, which are a grouping of agenda items that are voted on with one single vote to expedite what is believed to be routine and non-controversial. Any council member may withdraw an item from the consent agenda due to a conflict of interest or for the purpose of voting no. Items removed from the consent agenda for discussion will be placed on the next business meeting agenda. This meeting does include closed captioning. Depending on the length of tonight's meeting, we may take a short recess around 7:30. Item 2025-322, which is a resolution recognizing the Greensboro Daily Photo Vlog, was previously postponed to today's meeting. It has now been postponed to the June 3rd meeting. Now is the time for our ceremonial and presentation items. Item E1 is a resolution to honor the memory of the civil rights activist, the Reverend Dr. Nelson Napoleon Johnson, which will be read by Mrs. Hightower and Dr. Wells.
Resolution to honor the memory of civil rights activist, the Reverend Dr. Nelson Napoleon Johnson. Whereas on February 9th, 2025, the City of Greensboro lost an activist, community organizer, and an influential figure in North Carolina, and I must say in the nation's civil rights history, with the passing of the late Reverend Dr. Nelson Napoleon Johnson. Whereas Reverend Johnson was born in Lillington, North Carolina on April 25th, 1943, the sixth of 9 children, and came of age during a turbulent time in America where segregation and racial violence were commonplace. Graduated from McIver High School in 1961 and honorably served in the United States Air Force from 1961 to 1965, where he served as a military police officer. Whereas in 1965, the Reverend Dr. Johnson moved to Greensboro, North Carolina, attended North Carolina Agricultural and Technical State University, where he received a baccalaureate degree in political science. Whereas in 1969, Reverend Dr. Johnson met and married his wife, Joyce, a union that produced 2 daughters. Whereas the Reverend Dr. Johnson, an advocate for social justice and equality, was an organizer in the 1969 Dudley High School and North Carolina A&T protests, known as the A&T Uprising, in which 1 person died and the National Guard was called. Whereas in 1970, the Reverend Dr. Johnson co-founded the Greensboro Association for Poor People, an alliance that will grow to include the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, NAACP. He served as a student leader in North Carolina A&T Student Government Association, and later he joined the Communist Workers' Party to help to fight against racial inequalities and white supremacy terrorism within the city of Greensboro. Whereas in 1986, the Reverend Dr. Johnson received his call into ministry, earned his Master's of Divinity degree from the School of Theology at Virginia Union University in 1989. He served as an associate pastor of Shiloh Baptist Church from 1989 to 1991, co-founded the beloved Community Center of Greensboro in 1991, where he developed initiatives to bring together marginalized and disenfranchised groups, helping to foster support and a sense of community, and founded the Faith Community Church in 1993, where he was senior pastor until his retirement in 2018.
Whereas in 2004, Reverend Dr. Johnson led the Greensboro Truth and Reconciliation Commission to examine the Greensboro Massacre via testimony and court documents. In 2015, the state of North Carolina dedicated a historical marker near the site of the massacre, and in 2020, after collaborating with the city of Greensboro, an apology was issued which launched an annual social justice scholarship for 5 students attending Dudley High School in the name of the 5 murdered labor victims. Whereas Reverend Dr. Johnson remained an active voice for social justice and equal rights in the community and on the national stage, serving as both Vice President and President of the Greensboro Pulpit Forum, the convener for Southern Faith, Labor, and Community Alliance, was a member of the Coordinating Committee of the National Council of Elders, served as Assistant Editor of the Carolina Peacemaker, Contributing Editor for Black Scholar Magazine, National Chair, and Contributing Editor for the African World Newspaper, was a National Chairperson of Interfaith Worker Justice, past Chairperson, Gulf Coast Commission on Reconstruction Equity, served on the United States Justice Department's Public Review Board for Unite Here Labor Union, and on the Ethics Committee of the Service Employees International Labor Union, the SEIU. Whereas Reverend Dr. Johnson was recognized for his work, including the Ford Foundation Leadership for a Changing World Award, Institute for Faith and Political Award, the Encore Careers Purpose Prize Award, bestowed the NCANT Human Rights Medal, the Beautiful Are Their Feet Award for lifelong service from the Samuel D. Witt Proctor Conference, received the North Carolina National Association for the Advancement of Colored People's President's Award, and received the state's most prestigious award when in 2018, Governor Roy Cooper conferred upon Reverend Dr. Johnson the Order of the Longleaf Pine. Whereas, throughout his lifetime, Reverend Dr. Johnson was known to the community as an activist and mentor, leaving an impact on those who knew him. And now, therefore, be it resolved by the City Council of the City of Greensboro that the City Council wishes to express its condolences and offer its heartfelt appreciation and gratitude for the many years of pursuit of racial justice and equality Reverend Dr. Nelson Napoleon Johnson offered, and to the lasting historical impact to Greensboro and nationwide. That a copy of this resolution shall be delivered to the family of the late Reverend Dr. Nelson Napoleon Johnson as a symbol of the gratitude of the people of Greensboro for his unwavering activism and contributions to the city of Greensboro, the state of North Carolina, and the United States of America. Adopted this the 6th day of May, 2025. Move the resolution.
Second.
And so his wife and family are here tonight. I asked them to come forward. We'll present this resolution to you. But I would also want to say that this is just the beginning of the honor and recognition, because we're going to do something that's a permanent remembrance and the legacy of Reverend Dr. Johnson.
Madam Mayor, council members, especially Councilwoman Hightower and Councilwoman Wells, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks for recognizing a great man, Reverend Nelson Johnson, my husband of almost 56 years, father to our two beautifully powerful daughters who are here with me, Akua Johnson Matherson and Ayo Samari Johnson. Our two grandchildren are tied up, so unfortunately cannot be here. Attorney Elise Jamil Matherson and Nelson Josiah Johnson. If Nelson Josiah were here, he'd certainly be speaking to you at this point. In addition, there are many family members and friends with us. I think his younger brothers here, sister-in-law, niece, our church members, our pastor who replaced him in 2018, Reverend Wesley Morris, and many Faith Community Church members, members of the Beloved Community Center, folks who have worked over the years, the blind workers, the sanitation workers, the cafeteria workers, the AAA rent strike folks, their work resulted in the city having a certificate of occupancy so that housing could be improved in this area. There's so many, many other areas. If you will come up to Beloved, we'll tell you all about it. But my husband loved this community and was committed enough and dedicated his life to making it all that it can and should be. We receive this recognition tonight with a commitment to continue building a beloved community in our city, our home. To do that, we urge all of you to follow his guidance, his strong bidding to walk toward one another so that we might learn how to walk together in love. So again, I just thank you so much.
I just want to say that Nelson Johnson has left an indelible mark on the city of Greensboro. He has been a moral conscience of the city for decades. I think we spent about 18 months together on the city community working group. We met every Monday morning for a couple of hours. Louis, you were part of that group as well. I'd like to think that we accomplished some good things and that we developed relationships, which I think were very important, especially for the things that Greensboro had been through and things that we were going to go through after that city community working group. And Nelson was a big driver in that. We used his church, and it was a good 18 months, and I'm grateful for the time that we spent together.
Dr. Wells, did you have anything to add?
Well, I'm so proud of the fact that we were able to honor the Reverend Dr. Johnson. We worked, and this council worked, and I made the motion for us to adopt the apology, and that was a long time coming, but he always had that in his heart, and I just felt like that helped to take some of the, I guess it was the thing that just lingered with him about what happened. He, everything looked like it was his fault, And when we worked on the apology, we were acknowledging that it wasn't all his fault, that the city did take some responsibility for the things that happened in the massacre. So I'm just proud of this council that voted that we could apologize, because I had tried it years before and got no place. But this council did use their heart and their head to adopt their apology.
Dr. Wells, I think one of the most important things that came out of that apology was the Morningside Awards that were for a graduating Dudley student. They didn't have to be college bound, they just needed to graduate, and it was in the amount of $1,979 and to represent 1979, and it has been moving forward. I think we're on the 4th year. And the Dudley students, they're allowed to express themselves whatever their most comfortable form is, whether it's artwork or photography, an essay, music, and I think that that is something that will keep this discussion going on for a long time. So we are very pleased that that came out of the apology and that we have this relationship with Dudley.
And I would just like to say, too, how important, I was going to bring up scholarships as well. And hopefully those scholarships will go forever because what they represent really is much more than just 1979 in amount. It really represents history in our city. And our young people need to always stay connected to that history that happened here that has made the city so much better. And so I was honored to be part of that apology that we did because it was the right thing to do for the right reason. And I'm thankful that Reverend Johnson was able to share in that with us as well. And so I just didn't know really the man he was, that he did so much. I mean, you know, he was just an humble person, but he always believed in walking toward each other. He always said that. And so he was our conscience, and he will definitely be missed. But I know that you all will carry his name on forever, and we will as well. So thank you for allowing him to be part of our lives as well.
Item E2 is a resolution to honor the memory of the late William McKinley Spencer, Jr. Mrs. Hightower?
Did you want to share with me? Ms. Smith, this is to honor a great man. Is Irish Spencer? Is she still? Where is she at?
There's Iris.
Oh, there you go. You.
We got them all over.
I got it. This is to honor the late William McKinley Spencer, who was kind of sort of my boyfriend. Iris let us kind of have a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, even though I didn't get any money or anything. She made sure she got all the paychecks, but he was such a wonderful person. I didn't need that anyway. He was very wise. Resolution to honor the memory of the late William McKinley Spencer, Jr. Whereas on December 28, 2024, the City of Greensboro community lost a beloved community organizer with the passing of William McKinley Spencer, Jr. Whereas Mr. Spencer, Jr., born on August 27, 1953, a native of High Point, North Carolina, graduated T. Wingate Andrews High School, attended North Carolina Agricultural and Technical State University, North Carolina A&T, and enlisted in the United States Marine Corps, USMC, where he honorably served in the Vietnam War and retired as a disabled veteran. Whereas Mr. Spencer, Jr. had a 34-year career with the United States Postal Service, USPS, and served in the American Postal Workers Union. Whereas, as a community activist, Mr. Spencer Jr. was a founding member of Brothers Organized to Save Others, BOTSO, founded Families Against Senseless Killings, FASK, was a life member of the Montfort, he'd be on me if I didn't get it right, Montfort Point Marines Association, Disabled American Veterans Association service officer, a member of the American Legion, and served on several boards and commissions. Whereas Mr. Spencer Jr. was honored and recognized both locally and nationally. He received the City of High Point's Pillar of Fame Award for his service with military veterans and was awarded the Congressional Gold Medal of Honor by President Barack Obama on behalf of his father, an original Montfort Point Marine. Whereas, as a man of faith, Mr. Spencer Jr. was a member of Memorial United Methodist Church of High Point and served in the men's choir, usher board, executive council, trustee board, and was president of the United Methodist Men. And now, therefore, be it resolved by the City Council of the City of Greensboro that the City Council wishes to express its condolences and offer its sincere appreciation and gratitude for the many years of dedicated service of the late William McKinley Spencer, Jr. That a copy of this resolution shall be delivered to the family of the late Mr. William McKinley Spencer, Jr. as a symbol of the gratitude of the people of Greensboro for his devoted support and contributions to the community. Adopted the 6th day of May, 2025. Move the resolution.
Second. Council, please vote. Irish, can you come up?
Councilmember Hightower.
Is that me? Oops.
And that passes 9-0.
Okay.
You know, it's very seldom that the Wild Irish Rose, a.k.a. Dr. Irish Spencer, is unable to say anything. But I just, first of all, Madam Mayor, Council, girlfriend, thank you. I could come downstairs at any time. William was one of those folks that read the paper every day. It was delivered to the house. And if he saw one little thing that he thought he could change or make a difference or say something, he would call his girlfriend. He would tell her how the dirt needs to be moved from Old Ashburn Street, he still called it that, to where you want to move it now. He would talk about everything. But the veterans was his passion, and it became my passion. The ills of Vietnam took my husband away from me. Him having what came about from Agent Orange and serving in the United States Marine Corps in the water at Camp Lejeune, being pulled out of North Carolina A&T State University to fight for his country. Until you understand what that feels like to watch a man that swam 1,500 meters every day until he got sick, you can't understand how this has affected us. This is his daughter, Raven, who looks just like her daddy. His brother, Trent, and our pastor, the Reverend Dr. Carl Manuel. and they have been my rock, because this is the hardest thing I have ever had to do, because if anybody knows us, Dina was in my wedding. If anybody knows, me and my husband were joined at the hip. We were in the bunker. He would say, baby, we back to back in the bunker. And that's how we lived, United States Marine Corps, hoorah. So, thank you so much. I promised myself I wasn't going to get all crazed and snotty and all of that, and I'm trying, but this is an honor, and he loved this city dearly. He did. He loved everybody. Some people he would have loved to have talked to after he found out how they talked to his wife, but we'll leave that to another time. Zach. Anyway, you knew there's no way I was going to let you off, did you? But thank you so much for this. Thank you for recognizing my husband. And thank you, if you see a veteran, believe me, if you see an old guy shuffling around in a green jacket with a veteran's cap, he is tougher than you will ever be. Because they went through something they shouldn't have never went through. And he would be here today with me if he'd have never gone and served. But he did. And for that, I will love him forever. And thank you.
Irish, we appreciate the partnership that you had with Big Daddy.
Yeah, Big Daddy.
You know, creating FAST, Families Against Senseless Killings, because you and he lost a son together.
Mm-hmm.
And you weren't going to let that get you down. You were working hard to prevent other families from having a senseless killing, and then giving aid to those who did. And that is something that people throughout this city have been able to take advantage of. And I want to thank you for doing that. That is a wonderful legacy for both you and him. And it is still shocking to believe that somebody who served in Vietnam so long ago can die from those ill effects today. And we appreciate his service and the service of those servicemen who served under those same conditions. Agent Orange was a scourge, and I am so sorry that he had to face those consequences.
Thank you very much. And one quick thing is the chief, we lost our son to gun violence. He was shot trying to break up a fight, Raven's brother. And it got us, but we had to figure out something. So we would get a call in the middle of the night from the sheriff or from the chief then and say, a child has been shot and the mom won't open the door. We need some help. We would get up and go to that house. And that mom would crack the door, and I'd tell her who I was, and she'd let us in. And I'd hold her and cry, and we'd minister each other, and then I'd tell her, it's time for you to get mad. It's time for you to get damn mad, because this is when you got to go to work. And my husband supported every move. He would get up every move. He was a soldier, as John Green reminded me yesterday. He was a soldier. And that's something we believed in giving back, because we had lost our son. And that's something we continue to do. And we got to stop this violence. We got to. Amen. We got
And
to.
Irish, I just wanted to say, you know, with you're doing FASC, Families Against Senseless Killings, I'll never forget the tours we took through that neighborhood, talking to the people who were telling everybody, the chief and the police, what was wrong in that neighborhood where your son tried to stop a fight. And what happened then? There was some changes made. Lighting, cutting back shrubs where they couldn't see. The legacy that you and he both leave, and, you know, it's just amazing how things can change.
Well, I thank you, and I thank Yvonne Johnson. I called a meeting of everybody, and then you loaded up in a van, and I took you in that neighborhood, and you saw it. And within 2 to 3 weeks, you could land a 747 down through there. They had cleared out brush, trees, lights. You've got elderly people down there in Housing Authority Complex. They couldn't come outside for the gunshots. That's what we need to be doing in this community. We need to be in our communities, finding those places and holding those people responsible if they're going to represent us.
And just
Why do these places exist?
one last thing, I know that he helped start the Veterans Day Parade back up.
Yes, we started.
And
We
yes.
fought for that.
And East and I were honored to be at the funeral because there were lines of people there. It was a beautiful service. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank each and every one of you for listening to the community and responding. Responding is a big word. Thank you.
Thank you. And so while he was my boyfriend, technically,
I just don't understand why I never got a check.
I never did, but it's okay. The love was there, and it still is there. And he did so many good things, and the resolution didn't touch on everything. But I remember when COVID, we didn't know what the school kids were going to do, and he and his group fed those kids over at Warnersville and Hampton every day.
They did, and they
Every
fed
day.
them out
They
of their
did not
pockets.
ask for any money.
They
did
did.
it every day to ensure they had a hot meal when the school was
That's
shut
right.
down during the COVID, and they did it for weeks and months. That's just the kind of individual he was.
Yes.
And that kind of service will be missed, and really from him. And I miss his phone calls. I think about, look at his numbers in my phone, and don't have anybody I could call and talk to him, and then he's, girl, get together. And I'll miss that. So
I
thank you
miss him so much.
for sharing him with me. Thank you.
I
I
miss
love
him.
you.
I would be remiss if anyone else would like to say anything. Then my pastor, I know he's not ever going not to say something.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Reverend Dr. Carl Manuel Jr. I met William when I was appointed by the Western North Carolina presiding bishop to serve as the pastor at Memorial United Methodist Church. And I never will forget, Iris called and she said, my husband wants to sit down with you at a meal. So we went to Stephanie's, and I had to sit in my car for about 30 minutes because I had never had somebody to ask me a question and then they answer the question before I could even get the answer out. But William was a man, he was a man of God. And that's most important today. He will be missed, and it was my pleasure that Iris asked me to do and to eulogize a dear friend. So I pray for Iris, I check on her often, because this is the time when her and the family needs the community. We surrounded her during the time when we were going through the preparation for the service of resurrection and life. But I just ask that everyone who is here and those who are watching by the video, that you will continue to lift up this family in prayer. Because I hear a voice saying to us on this evening that earth has no sorrow, that heaven cannot heal. Hush, somebody's calling your name, and it's Jesus. Somebody said, when I come to the garden alone while the dew is still on, and the voice I hear. Now let me sit down because I'll get to preaching. But again, thank you so very much.
Thank you.
Item E3 is a resolution recognizing the month of May as Children's Mental Health Awareness Month. That will be read by Mayor Pro Tem Abuzawader.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Whereas positive mental health is essential to a child's healthy development, and Children's Mental Health Week provides the opportunity to focus on this important matter, while celebrating the accomplishments and resiliency of children and families affected by mental health concerns. Whereas, according to the United States Department of Health and Human Services, 1 in 5 children is diagnosed with a mental health condition. Whereas the Kellen Foundation, a nationally recognized child mental health center, along with the Hope Hub and dozens of integrated partners, works to promote and educate the community about children's mental health needs as a fundamental component to the future of Guilford County and Greensboro. Whereas research has shown early identification and appropriate treatment of mental health disorders among children and adolescents provides better opportunities to lead full and more productive lives. Whereas children and youth with mental health challenges, along with their families, benefit from timely access to service and supports that are family-driven, youth-guided, and culturally appropriate. They also benefit from the integration of behavioral health in primary care, education, and child welfare. Whereas it is important that children and adolescents, along with their families and communities, learn about the warning signs of mental health disorders and where they may obtain necessary assistance and treatment. Whereas it is also the community's responsibility to ensure that comprehensive, diverse, and culturally coordinated mental health services are recognized for all children. And now, therefore, be it resolved by the City Council of the City of Greensboro that the Greensboro City Council recognizes the month of May as Children's Mental Health Awareness Month, calling upon all residents to recommit to increasing awareness and understanding of mental illness. Furthermore, the city is seeking to improve the array of mental health services for consumers of all ages and to ensure those who are struggling know they are not alone. Adopted this the 6th day of May, 2025. I would like to move the resolution. Madam Mayor?
Seconded by Mrs. Sturm. Council, please vote.
And I believe Dr. Kelly Graves and several of her team are here to accept the resolution.
And that passes 9-0.
Good evening. Thank you, Council, for your unwavering support. And can I just say before I make some comments that it's such an honor to be here to see the other proclamations and to hear them. We've worked with GLOTSO for years and years and years, so it feels good to be here to recognize the previous individuals as well. So glad to be here. We've made a lot of progress in the mental health field, and we still have quite a ways to go. Mental health impacts every single service system, from law enforcement to child welfare to social services, juvenile justice, schools, housing, job security, veteran status. So much is impacted by mental health. Every time we meet with partners from different sectors, we hear, what are the biggest needs? Mental health. What are the biggest needs? Mental health. If we don't go upstream and provide additional supports, signs and symptoms of mental health will continue to escalate. Every year, North Carolina spends $552 billion to address the impacts of unaddressed mental health, signs and symptoms that were ignored or unaddressed that escalated into different issues and systems within our community. I challenge us as part of National Mental Health Month to expand our thinking about what we need in our community, to make prevention and treatment in the community more accessible, easier for families to access, families of all ages, regardless of their insurance status, so that families don't have to decide between keeping their light bill on and helping their daughter who's suicidal get the care that she needs. No family should have to make that decision. So I encourage us all to really be thinking about that and challenge our community and our council to prioritize prevention and treatment services so that we can help children, families, and communities thrive and keep them out of crisis services, which are much more costly, not only in terms of dollars, but more importantly, in terms of human lives. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have several team members here today. I'll just mention Leland, she's our Chief Program Officer, Alex, who does community outreach, and Melanie, who's a team leader for our school-based mental health program to provide some more supports in the schools as well. And we thank you for allowing us to recognize National Mental Health Month and encourage everyone to be part of that solution.
Thank you.
Kelly, I just want to say I appreciate all the work you do. We've been working together since the days of Heritage House, and so I know the impact that you've made in the community, and so I really applaud the work you do. You continue to do your tenacity, how you're even raising your daughter to follow in your footsteps. I met them at Christmas time, and they've helped with Christmas gifts for families, so people really don't realize what you do is not always 8 to 5, it's 24/7. So thank you for your commitment. Thank you to your staff as well. Appreciate it.
Is a resolution declaring May 18th to the 24th, 2025 National Public Works Week in the City of Greensboro.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Whereas public works professionals focus on infrastructure, facilities, and services that are of vital importance to sustainable and resilient communities and to the public health, high quality of life, and well-being of the people of Greensboro. Whereas infrastructure, facilities, and services could not be provided without the dedicated efforts of public works professionals who serve as engineers, managers, and employees at all levels of our organization. Whereas public works professionals are responsible for building, maintaining, improving, and protecting our community's transportation, water supply, water treatment and solid waste systems, public buildings, and other structures and facilities. Whereas 2025 marks the 65th annual nationwide recognition of Public Works Week, sponsored by the American Public Works Association. Whereas this year's theme of people, purpose, presence highlights 3 cornerstone ideals that motivate the public works professionals that serve Greensboro every day to provide high-quality services to our community. Whereas it is in the public interest to recognize and celebrate the importance of public works and public works programs in our community, and now, therefore, be it resolved by the City Council of the City of Greensboro that the week of May 18th to 24th, 2025 be proclaimed as National Public Works Week to recognize the substantial contributions made by public works professionals in protecting public health, safety, and advancing quality of life for all, adopted this the 6th day of May, 2025. I would like to move that, Madam Mayor.
And I will second it. Council, please vote.
And I would like to invite up Mr. Bryce Carter, who absolutely was the brainchild behind this being recognized, and I will present him with the resolution.
Bryce Carter, Paving Section Supervisor in Department of Transportation, Greensboro. Madam Mayor and City Council, I want to thank you for this proclamation for the National Public Works Week, 18th to the 24th. Have the support of my director, my division manager, and my counterpart here, Dave Munoz, who's the section supervisor as well, and GDOT. So we thank you for this recognition. When the city needs us, we're there. Snow and ice, storm debris cleanup, emergencies in the night, 2 o'clock in the morning, water resources, you name it. We have workers here who are dedicated to the services and providing services for the City of Greensboro citizens and all that are here. So thank you.
I just want to say thanks, Mr. Carter, and to all the public service workers, because I can pick up the phone and call field ops, and they go and clean up a mess that's sitting on the corner, and so they put themselves in jeopardy every day, as well as water resource, all of you all. So thank you, because without you all, we wouldn't be operating. So thank you for your work.
Thank you. Item E5 is a resolution to recognize June 1st as Stand for Our Children's Day. Mr. Holston?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is the resolution to recognize June 1st as Stand for Our Children Day. Whereas the children of Greensboro are our most precious resource and the future of our community, deserving of love, protection, and support. Whereas on June 1st, 1995, Clarette Sutton took a stand for children in Duplin County, North Carolina. And on June 1st, 1996, Stand for Children's Day became a day to nationally recognize America's children, and the first annual day to be held in Warsaw, North Carolina. Whereas every child has the right to grow up in a safe, nurturing environment, free from violence, neglect, and abuse. Whereas every day in America, 3 children die from abuse or neglect. 6 children commit suicide. 15 children are killed by gunfire. 95 babies die. 2,660 babies are born into poverty. And 8,493 children are reported abused or neglected. Whereas every year in North Carolina, 10 children are killed by firearm incidents. 18 children are killed by homicide with a firearm. 23 children commit suicide with a firearm, and 4,738 children live in poverty. Whereas more than 1.2 million U.S. students drop out of school every year. By the time they're in the 4th grade, children growing up in low-income communities are 3 grade levels behind their peers in high-income communities, and of the 13 million children growing up in poverty today, only 1 in 10 will graduate from college. Whereas it is our collective responsibility as individuals, families, organizations, and communities to ensure that the well-being and safety of all children, whereas agencies, churches, and concerned individuals must answer the call to action and change by organizing events in recognition for children that will bring their children and adults for a common cause. Whereas on this day, we reaffirm our commitment to standing up for the rights and welfare of children, advocating for policies and practices that promote their physical, emotional, and mental health, and now therefore be it resolved by the City Council of the City of Greensboro that the City of Greensboro recognizes June 1st, 2025 as Stand for Our Children Day in the City of Greensboro and urges all residents to join together in solidarity to protect, nurture, and support the children of Greensboro, adopted the 6th day of May, 2025. I move that resolution, Madam Mayor.
So that has been moved by Mr. Holston, seconded by Dr. Wells. Council, please vote.
And while we're voting, if I could invite, is Clarette Sutton, if you could please come to the podium.
First of all, I give honor to God for being here to accept this word amongst the living and not amongst the dead. When I was in high school, I got a 4-year scholarship to go to college. And I went to college, and sometimes it's like your brightest times or your downest times. I was on the president's list and honor roll and all of that. There was some school got out in May. Between June and July, I don't even remember the date, I was carjacked, kidnapped, attempted to be raped, shot, and really left for dead. But why the young males, black males, and why the assailants were looking for my pocketbook, something magical happened. And I rose up and I said something, but it scared them and they ran away. You know, and I thank God for that moment, because through that pain, he gave me purpose. He gave me emotions organization. Some people get bitter when things happen to them, but God made me better with it. You know, and I started working with the youth in the community to give them a change, you know, and make sure that they weren't in gangs, because young boys was trying to join a gang. I was like, why y'all trying to do it? You can have my pocketbook, you can have the car, just let me go. But they said they had to do that to join a gang. So that's why I'm against gang violence. I'm against any kind of violence. There was drinking, drugs, alcohol. That's why I started Emotions Organization. We got mentorship, assessment for the disadvantaged, students aware of dangers, job opportunities for youth, and this is just a bunch of emotions that I use and we use to help the youth in our community. So I'm between tears and joy at the same time, because God gave me a voice. I got shot in the neck and the scars around my neck, you know, and it was like I had an echo, because I was able to get in the car. I was paralyzed on my side, but I was able to get in the car and drive. I was in Charlotte, North Carolina. I didn't know where I was going, but I know Mercer Hospital was downtown, but I didn't know how to get there, you know, so I stopped this car, and they stopped, and they took me to the hospital, you know, so I was talking when I went there, and then they said, why are you talking with an echo? Not knowing that the shot in the neck had taken my voice. So after they did the operation, I couldn't talk. You know, my mom and dad, I opened my mouth to say something, nothing come out, so I started crying. And I'm saying this to say that even though my voice was taken, God gave me a voice for the children. God gave me a voice for the youth. And that's what I do. I advocate for change. And what better way to do it than Stand for Children Day? And y'all ain't gonna believe this, but Stand for Children Day really came into effect June 1st, 1996. I don't know why I thought I was walking in Raleigh, North Carolina on June 1st, 1995, organizing Emotions Organization. But I celebrated every year without knowing it. Then one year I looked at articles and corporations. I'm like, oh my God, this is June 1st, 1995. This was before National Stand for Children Day. So you see what God did? And 40 years plus I've been working with children. 30 years or more with Stand for Children Day. And I want to continue to work with the kids. And I thank God for this man of God right here, because I didn't know who he was. I'm telling you the truth. I didn't know who he was, and all I know, he had a sign named Hugh. And he was at a meeting that I was at, and you know, and then I was like, hold on. Then I saw, oh no, it just popped up on the computer one day. I was like, hold on, wait a minute. And I told him about Stand for Children Day, and I told him about the proclamation and everything. So I thank him for the detailed resolution. I'm sitting there crying, because that's the work that I do. Thank you. That is the work that I do. And we do, because I use love. Let not volunteers emerge. We don't have no office staff or anything like that. We use volunteers. So thank you. I know everybody's tired of people coming, but I just want to know that I thank God for being amongst the living to receive this resolution today. Thank you. Thank you. Amen.
Item E6 is a resolution opposing House Bill 765 and related bills by the North Carolina General Assembly. I will read the resolution into the record, but I wanted people to understand why it is that we're doing a resolution. The bill mandates new residential density requirements based solely on municipal population, allowing development by right without any public input or review by elected officials. That also means the Planning and Zoning Board overriding local comprehensive plans and threatening neighborhood character. The bill represents a harmful reworking of local and zoning powers, including provisions that eliminate local standards entirely. The bill would remove essential tools that municipalities use to protect property values, support responsible growth, attract new business and residents, and preserve the unique identity and quality of life. The bill shifts authority from the local to the state level, aligning regulations with state-defined parameters and reducing local autonomy. I know that we had a contentious rezoning a meeting or two ago, and I know that that neighborhood was considering some overlay provisions. This bill would disallow overlay and other community input. It really does have a chilling effect. If this resolution passes the council, we would send this to our delegation along with a letter really outlining what our concerns are. It appears that something will pass. The bill's about 22 pages long. They continue to massage it a bit, but something will pass this year, and I believe that Governor Stein will sign it, basically because the need we have for housing. So the resolution is as follows. Whereas House Bill 765 has been introduced in the 2025 session of the North Carolina General Assembly and would change many aspects of local zoning and planning that would dramatically affect the ability of local governments to serve the will of the citizens. And whereas Chapter 160D of the North Carolina General Statutes, which mandates comprehensive planning and zoning, would be severely eroded by the passage of House Bill 765 by diminishing the input and trust of citizens, including those who voluntarily serve on cities' advisory boards. Whereas local governments with input from their citizens can best recognize and enforce the need for planning and zoning ordinances. Whereas House Bill 765 would eliminate the decision-making powers granted to locally elected leaders by their voters, subjecting those officials to legal penalties during routine land use planning decisions and creating unprecedented conflict of interest rules. And whereas House Bill 76 would create a patchwork of state-mandated and ban common-sense local land use practices, leading to unregulated and incompatible development, undermining housing affordability and damaging existing property values. And whereas House Bill 765 threatens the future of Greensboro's historic districts, and whereas House Bill 765 would remove the ability of Greensboro residents and local officials to preserve our unique visions for our community, which are critical to attracting new residents, new business, and maintaining quality of life. And whereas the City of Greensboro recognizes that local governments are best suited to represent their citizens on local matters, now therefore be it resolved by the City Council of the City of Greensboro that the City of Greensboro urges the North Carolina General Assembly to leave planning and zoning decisions to locally elected boards and their citizens, and that the General Assembly immediately terminate House Bill 765 and similar bills threatening to dismantle local land use planning and regulation. I will move that.
Second.
That is moved, seconded by Dr. Wells. Council, please vote. And that passes 9-0. So we will do a cover letter and send it to our delegation. I do believe that the chair of our delegation was initially a sponsor to this bill and has since withdrawn his name when he realized the significance that this would really have on citizen input. So we hope that we'll be able to make some substantial changes.
And Madam Mayor, I had also sent a suggestion to you, I guess, as we put in the letter, because I'm concerned it will take away our planning and zoning, even boards, committees, and I think that there's where we have the citizens' input, and I would be so afraid to lose that, because I think this just opens us up to getting any kind of development, regardless of how it would fit into the community and neighborhoods. So
I would agree. That passed 9-0. We will now move on to our speakers from the floor, public comment. You have up to 3 minutes to speak. If LaRoya Bailey is here, if she would check in with the courier. I believe we had 2 people who had signed up to speak by Zoom, but I don't believe they have signed on. So we will start with Brang Ong. I'm sorry if I mispronounced that. Malik Hugh and Eric Robert. If you would go to the window side of the chamber. And if you would give us your name for the record.
Brong Ong.
Thank
you. Good evening, members of City Council and Madam Mayor. I am here today as a student from Southwest Guilford High School and a member of HOSA, Future Health Professionals, which my student-led group will be attending this year's CTE-sponsored International Leadership Conference. As though I may not be a resident of the city, I am representing North Carolina there as a whole. My topic today is lung cancer, as it remains to be the leading cause of cancer deaths in the U.S., yet awareness is still far too low. Many people assume it only affects smokers, but thousands of non-smokers are diagnosed every year. That means anyone at my age, including myself, can be at risk. Here, this issue hits close at home. Families in our cities are affected every year, and many don't recognize the warning signs or understand the risk factors until it's too late. Cone Health assists over 400 individuals in fighting lung cancer, making it the second most commonly diagnosed cancer at their facility. We need to do more to educate our community, not just adults, but also our students. As I approach my senior year of high school, I've noticed a concerning lack of real education about smoking and especially vaping. Yes, teachers and administrators warn students about bringing vapes to school, but those warnings focus more on rule breaking, not health. Students hear about punishment, but not about the long-term damage to their lungs. Many students also believe that vaping is safer than smoking, but that is a dangerous misunderstanding. While vaping may look less harmful on the surface, it still exposes users to addictive nicotine and harmful chemicals that can cause serious health problems over time. My group, Breath of Hope, has held a campaign to spread awareness to not just our school, but to many parts of our community in the Piedmont Triad, especially about Lung Cancer Awareness Month. Unfortunately, Lung Cancer Awareness Month isn't as widely recognized here in Greensboro as it should be. While some events do take place, especially younger residents may not even know that November is dedicated to this cause. As a first step, we need to simply start the conversation, bringing more attention to lung health and encouraging our community to better understand the risks. Our city has the opportunity to be proactive in saving lives, not just through treatment, but also through prevention. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hello, City Council. I'm back again. I brought back this PowerPoint. One thing I want to do, brought it up today on an announcement. Today, I just had to go talk to a couple of my friends today. We did get a look from a couple of our friends. One of our people is from our own community. We all need to be careful around the city from now on out that there's a lot of drugs going on, a lot of fentanyl going on. I've been seeing a lot. So one of my own friends tonight is in the hospital, and I'm trying to catch a lot of people off to stop this and I feel like it should be looked at more. Another thing I brought back is my, like I said, I brought back the Beauty in the Streets. It's brought back to y'all again. It's made by me. This time I put it up a little bit more, brighter this time, and I'm trying to get the funding. I'm asking for the city to help out, donate, or whatever they can so I can get this big old funding, because if not, I'm moving on to my next location is New York to get the funding, or DC to get my funding to come to here. Zach, I done seen you this week at the IRC. I seen you. Who hosting? I done seen you too. I've been watching a lot of y'all. I be tracking. I got eyes around. People will look at me, call me like, oh Malik, where you at? Who hosting Zach and thing downtown? They at the park, all this. We want to see more y'all out there. We want to see more. We asking for more y'all to come out, show y'all faces, so that way we can. Even the new one came out to an event. I seen her at the event. I want to thank you for coming out, because I seen you at the event the last time. And like I said, y'all can see I put it into the video for y'all. And moving on to the next part of it, where I fed a whole lot of my homeless members food. I fed over 50-some biscuits and orange juices. Now I'm trying to expand that and go over 200, because we're getting more and more new people to our homeless community. And I'm just asking if y'all can help us get this hotels, get this housing, and so we can get these people off the streets. That's what I'm asking for. I'm looking into other options to help fund the hotel. Trey Davis, if you can help me, if you can look into something so that way we can come together and collab on this project, because my homeless members are ready to get off the streets. They are ready. Affordable housing, it ain't pushing enough yet. We want more affordable housing for our unsheltered community, and we want that to be standing out here. And I'm trying to get that to push, because my homeless members been coming to me asking me, oh, what's going to happen? How's this going to happen? What's next? What's going to happen? Because I'm trying to post more, because I'm trying to get my homeless members off the streets, and I want to get them in hotels and then transition them from hotels to housing. And housing authorities, so thank y'all.
Thank you. After Mr. Robert, Sidney Gray, Will Moore, and C.C. Crawford.
It was a hit. Good evening. My name is Eric Robert. I'd like to begin tonight with a quick show of hands. How many of you believe that it's ethical for Councilman Matheny to sit on these days and manage a taxpayer funding entity while making close to $200,000 with a car allowance?
I don't need to. What's the question?
Can you restart my time since you didn't understand it? Or I asked you if you believe, to show your hands to see if you believe that it was ethical for Councilman Matheny to sit on these days while managing a taxpayer-funded nonprofit and making close to $200,000 doing that with a car allowance and a unconfirmed country club membership.
I think as long as he's not voting on direct funding, yes. Alan Joines, the mayor of Winston-Salem, was the head of the Winston Alliance, which is the chamber, for many, many years. You didn't hear the
So you don't think it's ethical?
I think as long as he recuses on the items that he must by law, then I don't see a problem with it.
Okay. Years ago, I attended a corporate gender and diversity training, and one of the exercises we were told to link arms and create this circle and not let anybody in the circle. So we did as we were told, and we were very good at keeping people out. And the lesson, I think, in this exercise was that exclusion doesn't always look like malice. Sometimes it looks like obedience, indifference, or just plain ignorance. And tonight I kind of see the same thing here. You know, it seems like you all have linked your arms, you close the doors on ethics and transparency, you try to cancel me, not because I'm dishonest or a bad egg, but simply because one of your colleagues told you to. As you know, I pay extra taxes to DGI, and for years I've been asking DGI and this council for access to some very basic information, like DGI meeting minutes, access to board meetings, answers as to why my tax dollars, how my tax dollars are being spent. Nothing radical, just like good basic governance. Like, is it appropriate for DGI VP Rob Overman to receive DGI grants for the restaurant that he owns downtown? How much money does he make? What is it that he does? Anyway, these are not gotcha questions. They are accountability questions. And instead of answers, I got blocked from email, I get blocked on social media, and better yet, I get attacked directly from these days by one of yours directing the city attorney to find something objectionable to my speech. And guess what? He did. He actually contacted Fox Rothschild to find out if there was anything actionable. And if that's not true, he can say that now. Anyway, I'm done. So tonight, I am formally submitting a request to remove my property at 603 South Elm Street from the Downtown Municipal Service District. This request is allowed by Article 23 of North Carolina General Statute 160A-538.1. Don't worry, check, it's in the letter.
Thank you.
Okay, you took 30 of my seconds. The clerk has the letter and we have something to let me have a meeting. It's for the process.
Sidney Gray, 300 South Elm Street. I want to state and emphasize that I am speaking for myself and my properties exclusively. As the member, manager, and or owner of the following properties, I'm requesting the withdrawal from the Municipal Service District pursuant to North Carolina General Statute 23, Section 160A 538.1, and any other applicable statutes for the following properties: 300 South Elm LLC, 300 South Elm, parcel 344, 318 South Elm LLC, 318 South Elm Street, parcel 351, 631 South Elm LLC, 631 South Elm Street, parcel 471, 633 South Elm Street, parcel 470, 635 South Elm Street, parcel 469, 107 East Gate City Boulevard, parcel 467, 107 YY East Gate City Boulevard, parcel 466. The property taxes that I pay to the City of Greensboro include the services, facilities, and or functions that I am currently receiving. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Council. My name is Will Moore. I live in Greensboro, and I have attended eviction court proceedings every week for the past several months. Many tenants don't show up for their hearings, but among those who do, there is one story that is most common. The tenant loses their job, misses a single rent payment, and can't catch up because of late fees, lawyer fees, and court fees. Plus, they're asked to pay the next month's rent. Most of the time, the tenant already has a new job by the time they show up to court, but this isn't enough to save them from eviction. This is shameful. It should not happen in our community. I've heard several judges, after hearing the facts of the case, express some version of the sentiment, while I think the tenant has a legitimate reason for non-payment of rent, it's not a legal reason, and I need to make my judgment based on the rules as written. We have in our city an eviction system that removes any sense of justice and social responsibility from the process. Landlord corporations use algorithms to set rent. They don't even consider the human and community impact. Tenants have little choice but to accept these rents because most companies use the same or similar software in what amounts to price fixing. When a tenant misses a payment for any reason, the landlord can file paperwork and post an eviction notice without ever looking a tenant in the eye. The tenant shows up to court, but the landlords almost never do. They send lawyers and so never face directly the harmful, antisocial consequences of their greed. The lawyers say, I'm just doing my job. The judges say, I'm just following the law. And our neighbors lose their homes for reasons that every decent person in the courtroom knows are unfair. Court Watch has observed much better outcomes for tenants with legal representation. Possession rulings are half as common for tenants with legal aid. Court proceedings are not intuitive, and many tenants don't know how best to make their case. It's cruel and unfair that they should face a system where they aren't familiar with the rules while landlords are represented by professional attorneys. I'm asking the council to please recommit funding in the budget for team and rental assistance. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Vaughn and members of City Council. My name is Cecily Crawford. I serve as the Program Director for American Friends Service Committee of North Carolina. I'm also a lifelong resident of East Greensboro and a part of the Keep Gate City Housed Coalition. Did you know that North Carolina ranks 14th in the nation for poverty? That means thousands of families in our city are living just one emergency away from losing their home. We see that reality daily in eviction court. Just a few weeks ago, an elderly woman stood before the judge trying to explain why she couldn't pay her rent. It had jumped over $2,500 a month, and in the winter, her utility bill was much higher than she expected. She had to make a hard choice. She had to decide on if she was going to pay her utility bill or pay her rent. She paid her utility bill because she has an oxygen tank that she needs to plug in to live. She was fortunate. She received a continuance to speak with a legal aid lawyer she had just met in the hallway. But on a day the team project wasn't there, we witnessed a veteran evicted in under 3 minutes. He had served his country and paid rent on time for years, but he had no lawyer, no advocate, no one to help him navigate the court process, and he lost his home. When I followed him into the hallway to offer resources, he looked stunned, unsure of what had just happened. That's what eviction court looks like. It looks like that for far too many of our neighbors, fast, confusing, and stacked against those with the least. But it doesn't have to be that way. And Greensboro has already shown what's possible when we invest together in solutions. Thanks to your leadership, the city has invested in Emergency Rental Assistance Fund and helped expand the TEAM project to connect tenants with legal and mediation support. That funding has kept people housed, it's prevented trauma, and it's saved lives. Let's keep building on that progress. We know that when tenants have lawyers, up to 90% are able to stay in their homes in one way or another. Legal representation gives people a real chance to explain their situation, negotiate solutions, and raise concerns about unsafe housing. Rental assistance remains one of the most cost-effective tools we have. Every dollar we spend, we can save $4 to $6 downstream in costs, shelters, emergency health care, and public safety. So we're asking you to take 2 bold steps. Continue funding emergency rental assistance so families can avoid eviction in the first place, and join Guilford County in creating a right to counsel program so no tenant has to stand alone in court without legal support. Thank you.
Emma Davis, Carol Dungy, Scott Jones. I'm sorry, Dungy. Yes.
Hi, y'all. Good afternoon. My name is Terrell Dungy. I am a community organizer with American Friends Service Committee. And everyone gave you the stats, and the eviction prevention is important. I want to kind of tell you a little bit more about what your investment for last year has been able to do. So since y'all gave the TEAM project about $440,000 to expand their attorney services and put the rental assistance in place, roughly $1.47 million, we've seen a large increase in what legal aid has been able to do in terms of getting positive outcomes for tenants.
We've even been able to put together a eviction court watch program, which Jamila has also taken part in, to, again, hear these human stories about what's going on and also be there to share services with folks and resources to point people to the team table. To the point we have a really good rapport building with the judges who are even trying to work with us to make sure we can help as many tenants as possible. On the city side, it's been kind of hard to get reporting, I won't lie, but from what my last check-in with Housing and Neighborhood Development has been, the rental assistance has been able to help about 100, 150 households, and there's still a lot. There's actually a surplus. They're actually encouraging more folks to reach out to them to acquire this rental assistance. So I say in just, 10, 11 months now, well, that's a huge success. We're seeing a lot of return, and that's why we are trying to scale this up so it doesn't just benefit Greensboro right now. We want to make sure that High Point gets that same expansion. Other cities that are impacted as well. That's why we're going to the county to talk about this tenant right to counsel program. That would take the team program, which is a pilot program under the COVID plan right now, and make it a permanent right to our constituents here in the county. All something above board. It passes all the preemption stuff. We've taken a whole 8-week course just to make sure that we got it right for our community. What we're asking for the city is keep up what you have been doing. Keep that baseline, as we're still unsure where the county is in terms of funding. At the very least, the city will make sure that we don't lose the service that team provides right now. And keep the rental assistance up. Again, it's a huge benefit. As well as I shared with y'all the resolution we're asking the cities. We just went to High Point and got a lot of positive feedback and interest in the resolution for right to counsel, as well as them putting their own money into supporting the team project. We want to see the City of Greensboro do the same as we continue to push on the county to keep this program permanent and keep people in their homes. So, thank you.
Thank you. Did I call Emma Davis? She's not here. I did get a note from Nasha McCrae regarding the stats that we've had so far. And we've done $489,000 in rental assistance. 106 households were assisted, 280 individuals with a 94% acceptance rate, and the average funding amount was $4,620. Those are really good numbers, and we appreciate the hard work that you're doing on it. We don't have a funding request for next year, so we need to receive. Yeah, no, we need to get an actual funding request, and we can help you with that if that's what you need. But we do need a funding request for the next budget. After Mr. Jones, Dina Hayes Green, Megan Hayes Bell, Keith Peterson.
Good evening, Council, residents of Greensboro City and Guilford County. I'm here tonight because, one, it's a somber occasion. I mean, we're supposed to be celebrating 10 years as a nonprofit, official nonprofit. Tomorrow, the 7th, will be our 10th year as a nonprofit, 12 years in existence. We've created 2 communities for individuals experiencing homelessness, where their rent might be anywhere from $350 to $920 a month, with utilities included. Also social services through case management. 2 years, 4 months ago, we opened the Hope Center at 360 Westgate City Boulevard as an alternative to the day center that everybody was in fear of going to because of shootings, stabbings, drugs, rapes, all kinds of things at the day center that are still happening. This organization, this city, has put out 2 RFPs, asked us, invited our organization, our nonprofit, to apply for funding twice. Once for street outreach when Michelle Kennedy was undermining the IRC. Second time, just recently, a few months ago, there was an RFP because I'll be nice, the plastic shacks were coming down for the summer, but instead they got moved to where the Roach Motel was torn down. Don't look at the statistics of the numbers that are being told to you, because I can tell you right now, we've had people kicked out of those things that we've referred because he has a manic episode because he couldn't have his guitar with him and he wasn't able to take his medication. So what happened? He was kicked out of the pallet shelters. That's only one of many situations where they have been kicked out of those pallet shelters. I mean, it's not funny. It's the truth. It's the God's honest truth. We know it for a fact. They come to the Hope Center. You ask for funding for a cooling center, but instead you put air conditions in those plastic shacks. You moved them. You're using them illegally because they're illegal structures. That's why the Department of Insurance only gave you a white sheet and never approved those shelters. Made you space those shelters out, and you couldn't buy as many as you wanted to. But when we requested funding, Andrew Harrell and Trey Davis come to our Hope Center a few weeks ago. We had a good visit. Even went out to the community on Freeman Mill Road that we're building, that you can see the concrete coming up sidewalks, that's on hold because the sidewalks don't meet ADA compliant, although they belong to the City of Greensboro. So we can't connect our driveways. Andrew Harrell asked me, how much money do y'all need to finish this project and get the stuff going on the next one? I said $200,000. This council approved $1.7 million for an apartment complex 2 months ago. For 23 units, there are $1,600, over $1,600, $50 a month. Do the math. That's above 80% AMI. We're asking for $80,000 to match a $40,000 grant we got from a 70-year-old couple.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Vaughn and Council. My name is Dina Hayes Green, and I am a member of the Goral Street Neighborhood Association and a member of the Unified Neighborhood Council of Southeast Greensboro. I want to take a moment to reframe the narrative that often gets repeated, most recently at a city council meeting, about Irving Park being a planned community. While that language may sound neutral, it demands context. Because when we speak of planning without naming whose interests were served and whose was excluded, we don't just distort history, we perpetuate division. Irving Park was indeed a planned community, but it was planned with wealth rooted in the cotton and tobacco industries, both of which thrived during slavery and Jim Crow era exploitation. This neighborhood wasn't created in a vacuum. Its design and development were part of a systemic strategy to benefit a privileged few while denying opportunity and access to many, particularly Black residents here in Greensboro. Irving Park and similar neighborhoods were racially exclusive by design. Through decades of legally enforceable covenants, non-white residents were barred from living there. To describe Irving Park today as simply another neighborhood, stripped of its racial and class history, is not only misleading, it's dishonest. It makes invisible the structural forces that shaped it and prevents us from confronting the material consequences of those choices. In contrast, Warnersville was Greensboro's first planned Black neighborhood anchored by schools, churches, and community institutions, not by affluence, but by resilience. And while the city received a federal grant to document African American neighborhoods, it must also reckon with the truth about how other neighborhoods were planned to exclude. Greensboro's racial geography was not incidental. Developers, city leaders, and civic leaders played intentional roles in building a city where some areas were engineered for prosperity, like Irving Park, Fisher Park, Hamilton Lakes, while others were confined to disinvestment and neglect. This wasn't just about housing. It was and is about access to education, healthcare, infrastructure, and economic opportunity. Even the revered Cone family, rightly uplifted for their philanthropy, denied Black residents access to their hospital until the Fourth Circuit ruled in favor of the plaintiffs, Dr. Cone, Dr. Blunt, and other physicians. And that wasn't in 1492. That was in my lifetime, and I think just about everybody on this dais. That, too, is a part of Greensboro's legacy. The patterns of inequity will not self-correct. They require deliberate, focused action. If we're truly committed to building a just and thriving city, then every neighborhood, every city leader must take responsibility for right-sizing Greensboro. And that means confronting the full story, not just the convenient one. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Vaughn and council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Megan Hayes Bell, and I'm a resident of Greensboro. I'm here to respectfully request that this council enact a temporary moratorium, on city-authorized residential development on publicly owned land. This pause is not about stopping progress. It's about ensuring that our progress is strategic, equitable, and community-centered. The need for this moratorium is urgent and grounded in three clear objectives. First, we must take the time to assess the city's housing inventory in full. This includes identifying both public and private parcels of land and understanding how they are currently being used or underutilized. Without a complete picture, we risk making piecemeal decisions that don't ever serve the broader housing goals. Second, we need to evaluate development partnerships and consider bold, transformative strategies to lift up neighborhoods that have long borne the weight of divestment. We have an opportunity to transform the census tract from an area of concentrated poverty into a thriving, mixed-income community. But we can't do that without intentional planning and clear coordination across housing agencies, including the Redevelopment Governance Council and the Greater Housing Development Project. And third, any development we pursue must be tracked and evaluated for its impact on health, safety, and home values. We must ensure that revitalization doesn't come at the cost of displacement or financial harm to the very residents we aim to serve. This is not a call to delay progress. It is a call to pause with purpose, to make sure that when we move forward, we do so with the right structure, the right data, and the right partnerships in place. We owe it to our residents, those who have been here through years of systemic divestment, to plan with care, to center equity, and to act with vision. I ask that you support this request for a moratorium and help lay the foundation for a healthier, more inclusive, and a more resilient city. Thank you.
Sorry, after Mr. Peterson, Crystal Black and Philip Marsh, and those are the only speakers I have from speakers from the floor.
Good evening, Council. Keith Peterson, 3317 Winchester Drive, Southeast Greensboro Coalition and Woodley Association. This evening, I stand with you, Council, opposing House Bill 765. Oftentimes you hear how Republicans and Democrats don't get along. But unfortunately, this bill, they got along real good. Three Republicans and one Democrat, the primary sponsors of this bill. And so this bill is moving forward with further action. More specifically in this bill, Section 9 and Section 10, Mayor Vaughn has highlighted some of those concerns. Section 9 speaks to the grant of power. Section 10 speaks to zoning districts. And since it's reading, it means a lot for the city as a whole, respectfully, because what we're going to have in the city, if this bill passes, we're going to have zoning that looks like New York City. You're going to have residential and skyscraper multifamily units side by side. And unfortunately, what has happened is developers have reached into Raleigh's back and grabbed the spine of some lawmakers. And what happened is these lawmakers begin to chuck and jive and come up with bills that benefit them. I urge you to take a stand with this. Reach out to the lawmakers within your district. I plan to reach out to those who sponsored this bill in my district and outside of my district, because it appears to me that Raleigh wants to do everything. They want to take the power from the people. And if that's the case, that's fine. Well, then all of them need to live in Raleigh. Don't come back to their districts. And so once again, I stand with you guys on this bill. And I would ask one just one consideration. If this bill passes and until Raleigh comes up with a comprehensive plan for local municipalities, my request is that we have a moratorium on new construction, because if we don't, the next request from developers is to push this through, push it through, break ground and start construction. And when that happens, we are not going to be able to do anything. Thank you.
Keith, I think my understanding of the bill is that the clock starts when a developer puts plans in, and if we don't act on those plans, they get them. So if we did a moratorium, it would just allow developers to do whatever they want.
Still pushing. Still pushing.
It's that 14-day, if we don't act within 14 days, they get their zoning.
Good evening, council members. I too am concerned about the road to 10,000. It set forth a slogan without plans. It seems to be a little irresponsible to pitch a plan of building 10,000 homes without being able to communicate with the community on how that's going to be done. We are still waiting to hear from a plan from you and Mr. City Manager. I believe that development needs to happen in a healthy way and not just by the planning department, who continues to fail us, and developers who continue to ignore the community's best interests. I actually support the idea of some sort of moratorium so that Greensboro can get serious about housing development. We have vacant homes, abandoned homes, and vacant lots that need to be addressed in this count. Do you have a comprehensive inventory? What about all of the redevelopment land that you have secured? Have you had conversations with developers about a project that fits the needs of the community? Is that what the Redevelopment Planning Commission does? Is that not the process? Instead, our planning department is focused on appeasing the developer with the support of you. Community members will know in this upcoming election who is fighting for them and who has been complacent. If you really want to make sure a true impact is made in Greensboro, stop the building of homes until you have a plan. Let the planning include members from across Greensboro. This way, you won't have the ability to pit Southeast Greensboro and East Greensboro against Irvin Park. The problem is that you and your ability to be bold and smart and think of city planning as a comprehensive way to address our city's needs. It is easier to have an archaic director that continues to cycle disparities in our communities. Mr. City Manager, I am asking you to be bold. They don't think you can do it. Many in the public don't think you can do it. I ask you to show them. I see that you're not making eye contact. We'll work on that. Moving forward, if you don't know, in the African American community, it has always embraced call and response. So going forward, if you use your council comments to make a response or call to me directly, I will use my 3 minutes to respond. And I wanted to be clear about that, since the last 3 council meetings, you have used your council comments to address something that I've said. So going forward, if you do, my next speaking engagement will be to address you back. Thank you.
And our final speaker is Philip Marsh.
Good afternoon, Council. Signed up to speak twice, one on the agenda item and then for the public comment. I wanted to take this time to speak for my public comment to follow up on a couple of matters on Washington Street. Saw the press release with Councilmember Hightower's issues with, I think it's the Brown Recreation Center. Is that Vandalia? And so similar to the push that Councilmember Hightower always does, want to keep Washington Street front and center. If Mr. Holston remembers, probably maybe 3 years ago, we were at Bennett College, and we were speaking with Miss Ann over there and the Bennett Bells over there about addressing the bridge, making it more beautiful, creating some lights. We've had numerous conversations about the bridge right beside the IRC. We did a lot of hard work last year with the unfortunate homicide that occurred at the IRC. During that time, we spoke about a fence and 24-hour security being over there. Neither one of those things have came to effect. Now the IRC is slowly backtracking back to where it was. We started off the spring with someone being stabbed over there. We have people over there loitering in the public right-of-way, amongst other things over there. So it is very imperative that whenever we create space around actionable things that we're supposed to do, that we follow up on those things. And so my questions that I have for council, in addition to another final question, is what is the status of addressing the issues that myself and Bennett brought to the attention of the City Council with regards to addressing the Washington Street underpass closer to Bennett and then also the underpass closer to the IRC? Additionally, what is the status of the fence being put up around the IRC? And then what is the status of the 24-hour security being stationed at the IRC, which has police powers to affect the type of security that they need there? And then my final question is, we also need to have a discussion about finalizing a memorandum of understanding with some of the things myself and you spoke of, Mayor Vaughn. So I also want to follow up on that because we're at a point where I have to make decisions on what that conversation is, and I can't do that without finalizing that conversation. So if we could address those questions first.
You want me to say something about Bennett?
Go ahead.
The discussion. I'd like to inform you that there is discussion going on about the relationship we have with Bennett, and you know that overpass, we have to deal with railroad also. You know that.
I'm sorry?
We have to deal with the railroad also for that overpass that you're talking about on Washington.
If I could just make a small correction, we did not have to deal with the overpass. I think about a month ago, I sent the understanding between the railroad to Mr. Holston and the city manager, and I also explained to them Assistant City Manager Wilson. You remember when Mr. Parrish was here and we coordinated with the railroad to do the maintenance, which was basically we painted 11 of those underpasses. That was the authorization for us to continue to address any of those issues, and Mr. Wilson is aware of that. So we did not have to include the railroad for that conversation, Dr. Wilson.
Well, I wasn't aware that you had gotten that approval, but that was a part of the conversation. That was one of the things that was delaying. But there is conversation with Bennett about some of those improvements that you've been asking for quite a while. So.
Okay, I mean, I'm just.
So,
Yeah,
Mr.
that's
Marshall, could you share what it was that you sent to Mr. Holston with the rest of council?
I mean, I guess Mr. Wilson would probably be better to speak to that because he, am I correct in stating that you and Mr. Parrish addressed that matter and the agreement that was obtained at that time?
I'll be happy to share whatever documentation I have regarding the bridges and the painting project. I do recall that. I think we're also talking about the corridor. I think that's what you're referring to, and there is some coordination that would have to happen with the railroad on that. So the city, from time to time, has maintenance agreements, which is what Mr. Marsh is talking about for maintaining certain properties. So the bridges, some of them are included in that. The corridor that you're talking about would require some further dialogue. But I'll be happy to send what I have.
And I do have those documents as well. I can send those tomorrow when I get back to my office to include you in that conversation. But again, if Mr. Holston can speak to briefly how long ago that was when we started that conversation with Bennett. I mean, it's been years. I mean, it's been a very long time. And so I'm just saying, I also spoke with Ms. Hightower, where she spoke of getting some lights up under the underpass closest to the IRC. I mean, these things just kind of start to fall into the cracks and nothing ever gets done. So, I mean, it's just not a very good foot to put forward when we're trying to bring other conversations to those areas. So I can definitely follow up with that along with Mr. Wilson on that matter.
So it's 2 underpasses you're talking about.
Right, right, Mr. Marsh. It was probably 3 years ago that we had that original conversation, but then the conversation did fall off. It did come back up approximately 2-3 weeks ago, and Mr. Wilson has that information, and we'll get back with you.
I mean, because, Mr. Matheny is doing such hard work on trying to create that depot district, as well as the downtown mega site, as we say. And the quicker we can get to beautifying and addressing some of the, efforts on Washington Street, the better. So, I mean, we're just all trying to work together here. And then, the next thing, if we could just address the fence and the security at the IRC.
So,
the fence over at the IRC was not something that the city was requiring. I think there was a request of the IRC to put up a fence, but I don't know if they have funding for that. We don't have funding to put a fence around the IRC. And the 24/7 security was when they were doing the 24/7 services. And, now they're down to the they went back to what they originally did, which were, just Monday to Friday, 8 to 3. So I don't know that it would require 24-hour security anymore. But the fencing is up to them. That was not a requirement on our part.
So if I can say, too, because Zach and I and Ms. Pender were at the announcement for the new director, which I think is a great decision. The interim director is now the director of the IRC. She has some great ideas. That place, she has done a great job of what it looks like over there now, controlling, some of the occupants of the property. And even down, she talked about having discussion with them and letting them know their behavior off-site is critically important, as well as being on-site. And she addressed all of that last week at her press conference. And so I think the tide is turning some. Matter of fact, Ms. Ritchie was there. She spoke, very positive. Benita, who is now the director, was voted unanimously by the board to be there. She talked about understanding there had to be case management with individuals, but particularly focusing on the R in the IRC, which is resources. And that is to get resources to those individuals who need it the most. And I think that part will really help to turn things around as they're helping them to be able to find who they are with mental health assistance and workforce development. But Mr. Matheny and I had a little brief conversation about the fence, actually. And so I know that the IRC is seeking funding for, whether security or fencing. But he and I did talk a little bit about I think that was one thing that the IRC had said they would like to do, but the funding just wasn't there. And so we just briefly talked about what we could do to kind of offer some assistance there, not saying the city was going to pay anything, but maybe just utilizing resources that we know in the community, maybe to help them with it. So it takes a partnership. It's going to take a village for us. But I will tell you that I was inside. It was clean. It was neat. It was nice. It was respectful. And she has the respect of not only her staff, of course, but the people that were there. And they need those services. So I believe it can become a very positive place and space for individuals who face homelessness and as we transition them to being housed. So just want to let you know that.
I appreciate that. And, you know, being across the street, I see the difference. It's like night and day from Miss Singleton that was there. Probably got a little burnt out in the job. You know, we all understand it's a thankless job. But again, right now, there's a person in the cot in the right-of-way, right up under that tree where the drug dealing was occurring last year, that has returned. Again, right along that wall, people sit there all day. Again, if we don't take advantage of the off time when the winter occurs, whenever we have time to put in some new types of policies to address some of the things, because when you speak to
Philip,
Ms.
we're going to have to
Singleton-
get back to you on the rest of those items.
Okay, well, I just want to say, like
Yes.
I said, this in final is that, again, like, when we didn't take advantage, these things returned, and so, like,
We understand.
we can't expect the remainder of the community to go through that again. So that's how. Can we follow up on the the MOU?
We'll have to have further talk about that.
Yeah.
Because I'm not sure what you mean by the MOU, but we'll talk about that later.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you. That is the end of our speakers from the floor. We move on to consent agenda, items G through 13, G1 through G13. Yes. G8. Okay. Do we have a motion for G1 through G13 with the exclusion of G8? Moved by Mrs. Hoffman. Seconded by Mrs. Thurm. Council, please vote. And that passes 9-0. G8 is a resolution providing for the giving of notice to voters of the City of Greensboro of the 2025 quadrennial municipal election and establishing a filing fee in relation thereto. Moved by Mrs. Hoffman, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Abuzawader. Council, please vote. And that passes 8-1. We have one item left. We have no public hearing agendas. Now we move on to the general business agenda. I-1 is a resolution authorizing commitments to multifamily affordable housing development projects, and Mr. Marsh did sign up to speak on this as well.
And then I would like to speak on this item.
Sharon, did somebody down here say? Okay.
So again, glad to see you again.
We still need your name again.
Been a while.
I mean, you know, It's my second home. But so, you know,
You really do have to give your name again.
I'm sorry, Philip Marsh, 320 East Washington Street. And so I'm here in support of this agenda item. And so as I was speaking to again, we are at a point where, you know, if I'll just reset the tone. We got the rezoning on the property in January that was submitted for, that was finalized in March. Then additionally, we had to have some property that was co-owned after the city abandoned that property. And that was finalized the end of last month. And so now we're at a point where we have identified a developer from out of town that we are working with. We have their financial pro forma, and we are trying to finalize how we're moving forward. But this is a considerable investment in East Greensboro, downtown East Greensboro. As I've spoken with Dr. Wells, we are looking at a 5-story structure on that property. And so it is very imperative that, you know, again, as I was just speaking to the Washington Street corridor, that we want to basically have all these conversations moving in tandem. But again, as I see all of the development that is going on all around this beautiful city of Greensboro, participating in the tour of homes over the last 2 weekends, we really can have some positive forces at our backs handling this correctly. And I do feel that my project will be one of the best projects in the history of this city, if I can say so myself. It will have a creative component to it, where we're really looking at an architectural study for that location to see what we can do and what we can imagine in the city of Greensboro, where we're not just building to contractor grade projects, but something that really can stretch the imagination of what can be done here in Greensboro. So I fully support this agenda item, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Sharon?
I have several questions. Do you want to close the public hearing before I start?
We don't have to. It's general business.
Okay. Well, I know Philip spoke. So let me first ask this question. Can these items be separated? Because why are they one item?
I'm going to ask staff to come up to address your question.
Well, I've got a lot more questions about this, but first want to know, can these items be separated?
I don't see why they can't.
So that they're not all voted on in one? No, this keeps happening over and over. Jack, I'm going to let you but this keeps happening over and over and over and over. Said it before. Bring these items at the last minute. These particular items here. And they're all lumped into one. And so I'd like for them to be separated, and so that I don't have to vote on all of them as a lump. You've got 3 items here. 4. No, you've only got 3 according to, they only approved 3. When did you approve the 4th one? Because the 4th one is for $3 million.
And they're ranked also.
That's right. And so it's the top 3.
First one is the top 3.
It's the top 3. It's the top 3. I read this item repeatedly, over and over and over again. It is the top 3. The 4th one is $3 million.
Right.
So where is the money coming from? Because I'm looking here, and it says home and 2022 housing bond funding. How much are you pulling out of the 2022 bond funding? The first disbursement was $10 million, and there's 2.5 left from that. Well, $8 million, and there's 2.5 left from that. Now you want to disperse another $10 million. How much are you talking about putting toward these projects?
Sharon, I've been asked to allow staff to give their presentation, that they think that it will answer some of our questions.
I don't think it is, but okay. I'll hear what they got to say, but this is a burning problem for me.
Good evening. Caitlin Bowers, Neighborhood Investment Manager with the Housing and Neighborhood Development Department. I am presenting the 4 projects that we received through the Affordable Housing Development Request for Proposals. Listed here, Wind Hill Development at 201 Wind Hill Court. This is a rehabilitation. They received tax credits in the previous year, and this is to allow for costs and increase of construction costs. Second property, Overland Place Apartments at 3808 Overland Heights, Vandalia Village, 414 West Vandalia Road, and the Grayson at Randleman Crossing, 2813 Randleman Road. Wind Hill Development, this is a property that is currently in the Greensboro portfolio, and it is a rehabilitation of family units, 60 units, 15 at 30% area median income and below, 45 units at 50% area median income and below. The request is a little over $1.1 million of city financing. Overland Place Apartments is 48 units, 40% AMI and below is a total of 12 units, 8 units at 50% area median income and below, and 28 units at 60% area median income and below, for a total city request of $850,000. This is an upcoming low-income housing tax credit application to the Housing Finance Agency. Vandalia Village, 72 units with a mix of 60%, 50%, and 30% AMI, with a total city financing request of $1.5 million. This is also an upcoming Housing Finance Agency tax credit application. The Grayson is 84 units, 32 units at 30% AMI and below, 52 units at 80% AMI and below, a total request of $3 million. This is an upcoming tax credit application. This is the 4th ranked project in the proposals that we received, and originally was at 120 units. They decreased it to 84 units. That may have caused the confusion in the properties that were being recommended. At this point, staff is recommending all 4 properties. This is still listing the
so you're approving all 4, and so you threw the Grayson in at the last minute? Because I just read it had an incomplete application when I was reading my agenda. So now it's no longer incomplete because it dropped to 84 units.
We received additional financing information from the developer, and we reviewed it, and it met the minimum financial requirements. We were able to approve it to move forward for this recommendation.
So where's the $6.4 million coming from?
It's a mix of our federal home dollars and the 2022 bond dollars.
How much is coming from the 22 bond?
We are still determining that amount based on which properties will be eligible for the home assistance being the federal HUD dollars.
And so once you determine that, how long are you going to hold that money in abeyance and that nobody else will be able to use any money coming in? This is the issue I had before, and I told y'all that this money just sits while they go try to get tax credits, and when they don't get them, then that money still sits. I brought this up in a work session a year and a half ago, and there's other opportunities for developers to get some of this money, but you sit on this money. We had a bond, housing bond, that we passed, and the first issuance of the housing bond was $8 million, and you gave $5 million of it to Community Foundation, and it's still out there. Now you're going to disperse $10 million, and you're going to take 6.4 out of the 10. Where are the actual housing opportunities? I know that there's housing that needs to be attainable, but you all are putting all of this in the crescent, 1, 2, and 5. 2 of them are in 1. You've heard Southeast. You've heard the community. Stop saturating one area with all of this housing. Put it all across the city. That's not happening. And it has got to stop. You talk about a moratorium. Okay. Yeah. And so here we are again. We don't provide guidance to developers to say, hey, listen, let's consider other areas because we're inundated over here. We're saturated over here. Now you've got 4 projects. One of them is taking $3 million. That's a huge gap. One of them is only $850. How Overland Heights people do $850, but here we got $3 million gap. We ain't never gonna help nobody else. Never. We gotta relook at this and rethink this. And this money is now gonna sit, except for the rehab. And I'll support the rehab because it's already built, so people are already living there. And so rehab, but it's a shame that it's a tax credit property that's got to be rehabbed too. Which means, how well are they building these? That's the other question that really needs to be dug down into. I'm just very concerned about this whole entire process.
Okay. I have a question. Zach was next. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. My question is, are you saying that if we approve this, this money will be encumbered and can't be used for anything else until this is done? Is that
These funds will be committed until August of this year, 2025, when the Housing Finance Agency makes their application determinations. In August, the ones that are approved will move forward and will commit the dollars and encumber those dollars fully into a loan agreement. The ones that are denied by the Housing Finance Agency, those committed city dollars will stay with us, and we would then be able to open up another RFP. We have heard the concerns, and we're planning to do another RFP process later on this year, as well as the hope is next year to do another affordable housing development RFP, the same as we've done every year, if there's still funding available.
Well, I can't understand what Councilwoman Patel was saying there. Because there are other developers who want to come into our districts to do different types of housing. But if we have it already encumbered, they won't be able to. So that is a question. It's a question.
Zach?
So, on the back of this, so today's May 6th, and so the developer has till Friday to submit their final, their low-income housing tax credit app, right?
Correct.
So this is time sensitive, right?
Yes.
How many times have I asked for a housing closed session, work session? How many, haven't I asked about, learning about, because I'm looking back on the history of some of these. Granted, the Vandalia Road's pretty recent, but the other ones date back prior to even me getting reelected, the zoning of them. And so I really have a frustrating problem with this, and I think I pretty much say this every year, that I really think it's a bad form of government when you force us to vote on something that has a time limit that is 3 days from now. Mm-hmm. So you're forcing us to vote on something. You're waiting on it. When we've asked for housing work sessions and we don't get them.
No.
And so the last 3 years I've been elected, this comes up, and I've said it every year. This is a bad form of government, a bad form of business. It's not fair to the city council. It's not fair to the community on education of what's going on. It's wrong. The other thing, when looking at these, and maybe it's somewhat illustrative, but I doubt it at this point because surely there's been more conversations. I get Wind Hill Development's a rehab. You know, the ironic thing was the funding request was 1.1 million, call it 1.2, but yet the city's recommended 1.6. Why is that? On the first page on the application, it was 1.194, but the recommendation is 1.6.
You're right. Apologies. That is a typo. So we are not recommending higher than the requested amount. We are recommending the requested amount from the application, which is
Right here.
the
It's 1.1. It's the rehab. Affordable housing.
Okay. So I've stated this publicly. I personally invest in market rate multifamily. We are building brand new units at $225,000 a door. Not in Greensboro, not in District 3, not in downtown, outside of Guilford County. This is a rehab for $216,000 a door. The other thing is, I know the amenities that we put in. There are no amenities that tell us what the tenants of these residents are going to get. And I kind of have a fundamental problem with that. I think we should be educated more on the housing options that we are investing what is millions of dollars. I'd like to know what we're investing dollars in. Do you have that?
The amenities is part of the scoring process that went into the overall ranking. There are some developers in the room tonight. If you would like to hear more about their individual projects, we could ask for them to come up and speak to those cases.
Why isn't it in our package? Why didn't they come to a work session? Why didn't we not have a work session? Like, you know, I'm looking at cost. You know, the Overland Place, 48 units at $303,000 a door. You know, the next one, 72 units, is $260,000 a door, and 84 units is $259,000 a door. Those are in line. Why is the other one higher? What is it? Is one getting granted, one not? What are we doing?
We don't know.
So this is just wrong, ladies and gentlemen. It's just wrong how this happens. And so I just, you know, I'm not trying to get in the way of the road to 10,000, but I'm also somebody that instead of just voting on, I really don't even have any real thought process on the funding request and how, like, if I just ask for $1.2 million or $1.5 million or $3 million, I just get it. Like, to what we have argued before, how are we, and I agree with Ms. Hightower, how are we strategically using our housing fund? How are we strategically supporting housing? How are we strategically investing our dollars? Why are we investing $3 million in one project? Why are we investing 1.2 in one project? This is backwards. And quite frankly, for the third year in a row, I'm tired of it. Like, give us information.
Mary Kay? And I would like to be after whoever. Is that you? Okay.
So I would like to possibly briefly hear from the developers on the time sensitivity or what these units are going to be producing when they're built for the tenants. If they could keep it brief, I think it would help since apparently it is very time sensitive.
Yes.
Is that okay, Mr. City Manager? Or?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question.
I don't know who's here.
The developers that are in the room,
Yeah.
if possible, could you come over and speak to your projects?
And I thought, didn't we have a work session on housing? I thought we did.
Mary Kay, we ain't had a work session.
No, but we did have
We
small
did.
group meetings.
We had
Yeah.
small group meet, but not on this. And let me just say this while, Mary Kay, you're waiting to get, and I'll say to Zach, I knew nothing about this deadline until a developer that I talked to told me. Said, oh, I got to get this in by May, we got to have this done by May 9th. I hear it from
Hi.
outside. I didn't get it from here at all.
Well, all I can say is we did have small group meetings.
But somebody had more conversation. That's been the problem. And when
I
it
don't-
comes,
I don't
when it,
like small group
when it
meetings
comes to this,
because
you
of
need to
that,
have
but-
something more comprehensive and with all inclusive and having that discussion, Nancy. I'm sorry, but this is very sensitive to me because, and I met this young lady. She's a nice young lady. They're the ones that even told me we got to get our application. We got to have it in by May 9th.
Well, let's
So-
allow them to speak so we can, if you would give us your name and your company.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, and members of council. My name is Tanya Skillman. I'm with Anchor. We're based in Winston-Salem, 2585 West Clemensville Road. We are presenting and requesting funding for our 84-unit project, the Grayson at Randleman Road. This is a multifamily project with 1, 2, and 3-bedroom apartments, ranging from targeting affordable residents, ranging from 30% area median income to 80% area median income. Some of the amenities that we have include a dog park, gazebo, and playground. We've set aside 20 units as accessible, and 10 of those are set aside for veterans. Additionally, 17% are set aside as workforce housing. We're leaning more into mixed income affordable housing. Finally, if I may offer, our $3 million request is about $35,000 per unit.
Any questions?
$35,000 per unit. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
That's how much support she's asking for, not for us to cover the
We're only getting, 84. So when I met with you, what happened to the 56 townhomes?
The 56 townhomes are contingent on the award of the affordable housing. So without the multifamily project, we won't be able to build it because the land is sold as one parcel that includes a multifamily portion and a multifamily for sale townhouses. And so those townhouses that we're intend to build, if we're able to get an award from the NCHFA, will be 56 units of townhouses set aside for folks at 140% AMI and below.
But they may not be built for years. Even if you build multifamily, they still may not be built for years.
Well, I disagree. Respectfully, I disagree. It does take a while, admittedly, to build any real estate project. However, we're seeking funding for this one. It's essentially outside of NCHFA, so we don't have to work within their parameters. So I would like to break ground on this one before, if possible, because we'll be holding some land that we need to build an asset, we need to sell that. So we would like to move on that as soon as possible.
So you and I had a conversation, and I told you then what I'm saying now. Community is tired of being saturated. This particular area, Randleman Road, is an area we're looking to grow. But that doesn't mean we just get all the affordable housing units in one district, in one quadrant of the city. It's not fair to us when we talk about we are a food desert, we are a healthcare desert. We can't get a good restaurant. Nobody's gonna come and bring up with development because we keep getting saturated with the housing. I know you're a great lady, nice person. It's nothing personal to you. But it's also, it's what the community's been saying, and it's like we're not listening. And we're even in having those conversations, we need to be trying to help you look at things different in our area. So I can't money. Where is some of this money? That means if we give all this money to all 4 of these projects, and I asked this question before, where are the bond dollars going? Where are they going? And now it appears that 6.4 is coming out of the 10. What are we doing? What are we doing? How many total units is that altogether? If you count her 84 and 48 and is that part of the road to see? And everybody's using that road to 10,000. I told you that. Now they're just using your road to 10,000. He said road to 10,000. Throw them some 10,000. We just got to have a better plan. But I've said that to you already. You know that. And I know you want to do the right thing, and I respect that. But I just think the message is it's not the right message at this point in time. And so the reason I asked, can you split this up? Because I cannot support, and what's on the agenda tonight, I can't support this as a whole. And I'm struggling even with the one for Winfield. But those are already built, so people are already living there. And to find the amenities, you got to do what I did, which was go to their website and Google it and pull it up. And that's how I found out what people will get. But the concern is, why are they rehabbing? And how old are they? So are our dollars really being spent in the right manner? Are we investing in quality products? Are we investing in something that in 10 years we're going to have to do another rehab contribution? Because it's really going to be nothing but a contribution. What are the plans in place to ensure that we get better product? And then that we invest in with other developers. There are people who want to come. Yeah, the man stood up here tonight and talked about what Solomon Plaza was. But Solomon Plaza was done well and only needed $1 million. And damn near took 4 years to get it. But now here we are tonight, in 3 days, and we got to make a decision tonight for something that's going to occur 3 days from now. I'm not talking.
Can we hear from the rest
Sorry,
of
this rubs me the wrong way.
Well, that's obvious.
How long have you been working on this project?
You can't even table it. You can't even table it to even have any other deeper discussion.
Ma'am, how long have you been working on this project?
We have been working on this about 8 months now. It started with getting control of the land through
when was the zoning?
It was actually a project that was pre-zoned, and for whatever reasons, the seller couldn't follow through.
And it was sometime in 2022.
I believe so. And so we're taking their plan, and we're building instead. We're proposing to build it instead.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, members of council, thank you this evening. I want to start, if I can, just for a minute. Regardless of the vote, anything like that, I want to say thank you. All right? Thank you for your service to the community. Thank you, each of you. Thank you for your hard work. Thank you for your leadership. It's incredibly difficult to lead in the public space today. Your service and your efforts truly appreciated, and I mean that sincerely, regardless of how the vote goes. I'm here this evening representing Affordable Housing Management, Inc. We are a 50-year-old nonprofit affordable housing provider and partner charged with creating and sustaining safe, attractive communities to serve our residents. Our residents, the very people who serve and support our community as a whole. Over these 50 years, AHM has developed more than 2,000 units of affordable housing in Greensboro, and by so doing has facilitated the investment of over $120 million back into our local economy. Wind Hill is a 60-unit apartment community in northeast Greensboro, originally constructed in 2001 to serve individuals and families earning less than 50% of the area median income. After 24 years, rather than sell the community to market rate property management property owners, AHM has made the determination that we would like to renovate the property in place. And revise the rental structure to actually lower the housing costs for many of our families. In order to do this, AHM is directly investing over $1.2 million of its own equity to drive down the cost of housing. For every dollar that the city invests in this project, AHM will leverage over $10 in other funding. The renovation, as Councilmember Matheny correctly stated, equates to $216,000 per unit. The investment that we're asking the city to make is about $19,900 per unit. Let's see. We're sort of in a different space in that we already have our tax credits awarded to us. We aren't waiting for NCHFA to make a determination in August. Because of that, we're in a position where we can actually engage city funding as soon as the city is able to release it to us. We are ready to go. I want to highlight that we anticipate MWBE participation in the project of over 40%. We base that on our current Oakwood project as 45% MWBE participation. Southwood has had 39%, and Red Hill had over 25% participation. We feel like this is a wise investment in an existing facility serving existing residents. We're in a position where we can move quickly. We offer an amenity package that includes playgrounds. We are putting in full new appliance packages, completely renovating the facility, taking it to a greater Energy Star level.
So,
yes, sir.
Y'all are going to put in 1.2.
That's correct.
We're going to put in 1.2. So we're matching you 100%. But you said you could leverage for every dollar we put in $10.
Yes.
Can you describe that briefly?
Yeah, that is through the tax credits themselves that are coming into the project. Every dollar, your investment enables us to take advantage of those tax credits, to take advantage of, well, hard loans that we are taking on the project, as well as state financing on the project as well. So that's how that 1-to-10 ratio plays out.
What happens to your project if we do not approve this tonight?
Well, nothing good, but we run the risk of losing the tax credits altogether that have already been having to return them to the state. And while that's not something we want to do, it puts us in a position of then also likely not being competitive in future tax credit applications with the state. So it's detrimental.
Excuse me. Question.
Yes, ma'am.
Since this is a rehab, what is your anticipation about, will people be displaced while the construction's going? How will you phase that in?
Yeah, no,
Can you explain that process to us?
That's actually an excellent question. Yeah. We have been, over the past 2 months, not filling vacancies that naturally occurring in our units. We are at a place where we will not have to relocate any families off the property at all, given the vacancy. Now, they will have to obviously relocate out of the current unit into another unit on the property, but in so doing, I mean, there's no school disruptions, there's no pattern of life kind of disruptions that, a project like this can have.
Thank you. I was concerned about people losing their homes, and it sounds like you've already taken that into consideration. Thank you.
I have a question. If that's okay. If you can go back to the question that Hugh asked about, well, Councilman Holston, about what happens if we don't approve it. You said you lose that tax credit status, and so then does that mean those apartments go to market rate rent, which then would cause a housing burden on those individuals that are living there?
Yeah, I can't say that is definitely what will happen. That is certainly one trajectory that could happen.
But potentially it could happen.
That's true. Yes, ma'am.
So it could cause some displacement.
It could, yes.
Okay.
So let me ask you a question too. In regard to, so currently you built them in 2001.
Yes.
This was tax credit in 2001?
Yes, it was.
So you're going to refinance, rehab.
Yes.
Get a tax credit you've already gotten, I guess, and then get money from us. So how long does that extend the tax credit on this property again? Is this another 25 years that keeps them affordable? Because what I have seen, and I will say this, when the affordability expires, then it's not necessary that they go to market rate, but the people just don't maintain them. And so we wind up maintaining them at the city. So, I understand there's a need for an affordable piece of it. I just don't think it all needs to be saturated in one district, and I'm going to keep saying that repeatedly. Yeah. I know this one's in 2. She's got her share. 5, you're part of our crescent. So 1, 2, and 5 is the crescent that everybody talks about, where all the poverty is and the crime and all that goes on as well. But so if you get this money that supposedly we're doing tonight, how long will that extend that affordability clause?
Councilmember Hightower, excellent question. Philosophically, from an organization standpoint, we intend to maintain the properties in perpetuity as affordable. From a regulatory standpoint, a minimum of 20 years affordability, potentially in excess of 30 years, depending on timing, but at minimum, a 20-year affordability period.
But, and I think as to the question you asked and Councilwoman Pender asked, if you don't get this, from what I just think I heard, is that you still will continue to have that affordability.
That's true. In all likelihood, I mean, honestly, we haven't played out that scenario. If we're unable to rehab the units, the quality of the housing that's there isn't getting any better, isn't getting any younger.
So I ask you this, and I know my colleagues probably have some questions, they probably sick of me by now. Why do you think they have gone down to the point you have to rehab again? Why do you think that is? I've been in my house 29 years. Yeah. I got the same roof, the same windows. It's still a house built from the ground up, brand new. Yeah. So why do you think that in 24 years' time we're at a rehab?
Again, another excellent question. I think statistically, if you look at apartment rentals, they typically endure greater kind of wear and tear than a normal single-family house. I don't know necessarily why that is, but I do know that that's not uncommon to have to go through a rehab process every 20, 30 years.
And finally, and I'm glad you brought up MWBE.
Yes, ma'am.
Because I looked at all the 4 applicants, and I'm not impressed with none of them at all. With what I'm seeing here initially. And one of them, Vandalia Village, ain't got nobody on here. So definitely not supporting that one. And I wish I could take my vote back from the last time. And Mr. City Attorney, I need to get the answer to that. When can I vote no on something that I voted yes on? What is the time frame on that? Because I would love to vote no on Vandalia Village, but I would be voting no tonight because it has no MWB participation. You quoted some statistics and some numbers.
Yes.
What are you basing that on?
Yeah, this is
because the only thing I see right here initially is your landscape architecture, and that is the same person that they've used over and over and over and over and over again. I know that because I've questioned it on other projects, and I voted no for that as well.
Yeah.
And it's not really been an inclusive type environment.
I completely appreciate it. I'm basing the statistics on what our contractor is bringing to us as far as who he's got lined up for subcontracting work. Again, with Southwoods, we performed at 39% MWBE. We anticipate 45% MWBE at our Oakwood project, which will hopefully break ground in a month or so. And again, we are anticipating MWBE at 40% for the Wind Hill project.
Okay, thank you.
No, thank you.
Mr. Manager, and Ms. McCray, you may be able to answer this. Do you know when it was determined? You're good.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Council. Right.
Do you know when these funding mechanisms and projects were when was the final determination made?
So, ACM McCray, if you can clarify, I don't think the final determination has been made. This information was sent out in January. So
I'm trying to find it.
Right, so this is an RFP, and this is only for us to essentially, this is a recommendation for the allocation of the funding. And so as we go through this process and you all vote tonight, the applicants don't actually receive the funding, but we retain the funding and we can reallocate. So ACM McCray, can you give further clarity? I think that may help clarify.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Manager, and I appreciate your question, Councilmember Thaney. Just to clarify, with the NCHFA, their timeline, they open their applications in January. So that gives us a very short window of time and for us to not only accept the applications, but to be able to review them, to create the evaluation panel, and then make the recommendations and get it scheduled for council's review. Their deadline, as you stated, is May. So you're looking at roughly about a 90-day window in order to meet the NCHFA guidelines. So that is why that's such a quick turnaround time and it feels rushed, but it's a very, very short window. And as our manager stated, this is just for an RFP recommendation, so it is completely, up to council's purview to either recommend funding for all, none, or some. This does not completely remove our ability to use this funding. It will hold it in a pattern until these agencies receive a notification of award from NCHFA, which will be around about August.
So these are being encumbered until August?
That is correct.
When was the date the recommendations were essentially formed?
I will need to confer with staff to find that date specific, but that evaluation team As I understand, they've been meeting and pretty regularly to review the applications, and they just finalized these recommendations within the last maybe 2 to 3 weeks, but I can confirm the exact date for you.
And I think my biggest issue is how can we be on the front of that process within the last 2 or 3 weeks versus having 3 days to decide. You know, you get an agenda on a Thursday afternoon, turning it around. I mean, I'm working, I'm parenting, I got other stuff to do. To be able to make a decision and ask the questions prior to. And I think that really is my sticking point, because I don't like the way this discussion goes, and it happens every year. And I remember the last time, or 2 years ago, we sat up here and we talked about the recommendations from city staff was to a company that we really hadn't done business with prior, and we had one bullet when there were 3 projects that responded to the RFP, and I clearly stated why not fund all 3 projects, 2 of which were affordable housing management. I specifically remember that conversation, and I specifically remember stating it helps us to have the education and the knowledge, the background from city staff prior to being on camera having this same discussion. And so I am going to repeat my request tonight for next year. Let's do this cleaner and faster. In particular, if we have a road to 10,000, we should be excited to talk about housing, not just throwing us on camera and fighting about it, right? We should be excited about projects. We should be excited about what we're investing in instead of having to ask questions. And so, you know, I'm going to ask again strategically, and I know we've got budget, and so it's probably going to be punted until July. If we meet in July, I wouldn't necessarily desire to meet in July. But to have a strategic session on housing, whether it's affordable housing, LIHTC housing, fundamental housing throughout districts, recommendations, incentives, redevelopment property. We never hear from Redevelopment Commission. You know, I know we're invited to meetings or to join in. So I think my biggest hang-up is procedurally how we continue to do this, because I get it by looking at my own research, because I didn't have it from anybody else, which means I got to take extra time on this huge salary that I get to go in and say, all right, hold on, when was this rezoned? Oh, February 2022? Well, I didn't get elected until July 2022, so I didn't know anything about this project. Even though an RFP went out, I didn't get the responses. The only project I know about is Beacon. That's it. And that's because it was just a few months ago. So I get it. I'm not going to hold it up. But we have got to understand how our money, our investment, our allocation with the community foundation, what's happening, the other bond monies, where they are, what we've got, and how we can help. Because I don't disagree that, and I've said this publicly, when the mayor called me out for admitting that I was potentially inaccurate or wrong. But, you know, what are the strategies from a tiny house perspective? We've been throughout other alternatives. Do we need to invest in more pallet shelters? Do we need to do more things? So it's just, if this is our goal, then let's get it right. And this process is not favorable.
So I agree. I think we have our backs against the wall. Basically what this boils down to is this money will be encumbered through August. We'll know on August who gets tax credits. It'll be very uncommon for all of these 4 projects to get awarded. We're lucky if we get 2. The North Carolina Housing Trust Fund, whatever it's called, only has $15 million, and that is for the whole entire state. So, you know, I think we've got to go ahead and push these projects on And then in August, we know who will get funded and who we won't, and the rest of that money will revert back to us.
Say what? AHM. Right. But we got to vote on that one because of the gap money. They're asking us
So,
to do.
Sharon, do you want to take these separately?
I
or-
do want to vote for these separately because I'm not going to support, quite frankly and transparently, I'm not voting for the rest. I'll vote for the Wind Hill because it's already built. People are already living there. If they're not going to be displaced, I'll support them. But I will tell you the other concern is that we are not thinking outside the box. Every picture on this handout looks alike. Every picture looks alike. They're building the same apartment from the same floor plan and the same design. They're not building anything new or doing anything different. They're building the same. So why is it costing different? They're building it looks the very same, every last one.
So I know Tammy and Jamila want to say something, and then I think
sorry, y'all.
we've said just about everything we could say about this.
Yeah, thank you, sorry.
Tammy?
Yeah, I went to an entire work section on LIHTC and how other communities deal with LIHTC properties and the RFPs for it at City Vision. And I think going forward, we might want to look at a different approach because what they were recommending is identify specific properties around your city in District 3, 4, or, whatever, that we're looking for, and then be very specific about what exactly we're looking for on those properties, and then ask for RFPs specifically for those, rather than approaching it from the standpoint of, y'all bring us the property. And I think that's something that we need to look at next year so that we can be a little bit more intentional and we don't run into this situation now, that we're in now. But I thought it was an interesting approach that other communities were doing and something that I think we could benefit from next year and would be happy to talk about it in more detail. But I think taking a different approach going forward is the way for us to go when we're looking at potential LIHTC properties and projects.
That's a good idea. Jamila?
Well, I just needed additional clarification. So the Vandalia Village, that's the one that just came through in February.
Yes.
So this funding is needed in order to be able to move that project forward.
Well, yeah. So we submit all these projects. It doesn't mean that they're all going to get funded.
Yeah.
But if they don't get funded, they don't get our funding either. So the project becomes not viable at that point.
Well,
for
I mean,
this
they
year.
could still do a market rate product.
True.
They could do a market rate product.
Okay.
It doesn't have to be. I mean, yeah, there's some need here. Don't get me wrong. I know there's need. I'm just saying, we got to think different. And I had already heard, Tammy, that information too. And so we just have to start, but we have to be the one to drive that conversation though. We can't expect people to come to us and just say, oh, yeah, we're going to do it. If we are not helping in that discussion and that conversation, we're just saying we'll apply because the RFP's out. Okay, apply. We're never going to do anything different.
All right, we'll take these individual. Tori, do you want a voice vote or a computer vote?
I think I can do it via computer.
Through the computer?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have another question? I don't think so. All right. The first one is the Affordable Housing Management Wind Hill Development for $1,109,000. Well, the screen says $1.6 million.
That's 1.1 million.
So it's the 1,194,209. Do I have a motion?
Second.
Moved by Mrs. Thurm, second by Mayor Pro Tem. Council, please vote. That passes 9-0. I need a motion for Overland Place LLC for the Overland Place Apartments for $850,000.
Second.
Moved by Mrs. Thurm, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem. Council, please vote. That passes 8-1. I need a motion for Beacon Management Corp. for Vandalia Village for $1,500,000. Moved by Mrs. Hoffman, seconded by Mr. Matheny. Council, please vote. And that passes 7-2. I need a motion for North Carolina Housing Foundation, Inc. for the Grayson at Randleman Crossing in the amount of $3 million. Do I have a motion? The last one. North Carolina Housing Foundation.
The one that's $3 million. It's $3 million. That ties up all our bond money.
It's the one that the woman, I'm sorry, I couldn't remember your name. Okay, moved by Dr. Wells, seconded by Mrs. Hoffman. Council, please vote. And that passes 5-4. All right, that is the end of our printed agenda. If we could maybe do quick comments and board appointments. I just want to say while we were here, the Coliseum announced the ECHL pairing for us, who will be our affiliation, and we will be affiliated with the Hurricanes, which I think is great. So let me just see. So the Carolina Hurricanes and the Chicago Wolves. So it is a two-step process from here. But I think it's great that we have an affiliation with our local NHL team. So, and I know Scott said last week he had more than 700 people RSVP to come to that announcement. Wow. So people are interested. Yes. Boards and comments. Sharon?
I don't have any board appointments tonight. I just want to make sure, when is our next work session? I assume it's going to be on the budget, or when are we getting ready to do that? Because it seems like we've not had work sessions lately, so is it because we don't feel we have stuff going on?
We've had a lot of we've had a lot of work sessions.
I ain't been in a work. When's the last time you've been in a work session?
Well,
what was it about?
That
That was a retreat. That was called a retreat, and it wasn't a work session. We were presented information.
We've had a number of things.
What? It might have been, but it was.
Anyway, we have a We have a hold, on.
March 13th. Oh,
We have
that
a
must
hold
been
on
the-
May 15th,
That
and
was
we
the
have a
one I
hold on May 22nd, and May 15th, May 22nd.
Huh?
No, she asked if we have work sessions planned for the budget. And we have them on our calendar, the 15th and the 22nd.
For budget? Or just work sessions?
The 15th from 2 to 4, the 22nd from 2 to 4.
Okay.
And then, of course, we'll have some in June. I don't know if they're on our calendar yet.
Madam Mayor, most of those that are on your calendars now are for holds. So we've been trying to make sure we prioritize the work sessions based on the different topics that you all have presented to us. But we'll make sure that we schedule those accordingly. The budget will be presented on May 20th. So we anticipate that the dates that are held after that date will be the best opportunity for the budget work sessions. But we can ensure that the other items that you're presenting are prioritized.
Well, okay, because I just, after tonight's conversation, I just think we just need to be more transparent about what's going on here. And it's very disturbing that this RFP that opened in January, no information was said about it or nothing until we get here tonight. We just need a better system of transparency. Can you provide me your next meeting around your housing to 10,000? I'm sorry, or your road to 10,000?
Yes, ma'am, and I'll provide it up just shortly.
Sir,
Yes, ma'am.
you're gonna provide us one tonight?
Yes, ma'am, I'll provide it.
Okay, all right, okay. All right, and I did want to give congratulations to the new director over at the IRC. I already shouted her out earlier tonight, but it was very encouraging to hear her and hear how she talked as well. So I look forward to better things happening over there as well. All right. Now, I'm done for this evening because I'm very done about this whole thing. Oh, Mr. City Attorney, you didn't answer my question. So if I vote yes on an item, how long do I have to come back and vote no?
So I actually did just send you an email and a text with the answer, but it's 2 meetings.
In 2 meetings' time, I can come back and vote or no? Okay. Yeah.
No later than 2 meetings.
No later than 2 meetings after. Okay. Thank you very much.
And that's 2 official meetings, not work sessions? Just 2 official meetings, the first and the third?
Yes.
Right.
2 scheduled meetings.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. No boards and commissions tonight. I also want to congratulate Ms. Curtin over at the IRC. Having met with her, worked with her when she was not in the lead, feeling her passion, feeling her commitment to the community. I know that the IRC is going to be, is in good hands with his leadership. And last, I'm going to, this may be a recurring theme, but this LIHTC process it can't happen again. It just cannot happen again. To be here and to feel backed into a corner with a timeline in front of us and residents behind us, we're stuck in the middle, having to make a decision whether or not those parties get those tax credits or get the funding approval for those tax credits, their RFP, is very uncomfortable. That there needs to be at least a 30-day window ahead of us. I'm just, yeah, it just cannot happen again. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
A successful Earth Day. I think everyone who attended will agree that the Sustainability Council gave out the Earth Day Awards, and it was a very well-attended event. April 24th was the Future Ready reception at the Children's Museum, and really appreciated speaker there, and congrats to Cecilia Thompson for her hard work on that. Several of us were at the Town and Gown event at North Carolina A&T State University, and were able to see The Wiz, and I'm telling you what, their production was Broadway worthy. It was amazing, and I've seen several shows, and it's just really, I think Goldie will talk about it too. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Yes, I wanted to. We attended that Town and Gown Gala. It was very nice. It's an effort for A&T, and that's the gown part. They wear the caps and gowns, and they want to bond more with the city. So it was a very nice affair. And the Wiz the production was great. I want to give a shout out to our budget and finance people who came over to District 2 at Peeler Center on April the 22nd for their budget session. I thought it was done very well, and the explanations they gave, the little exercise they gave, I think helped our citizens to understand how the budget is built for the year. Want to give a shout out to all of the graduates. The town will be filled with proud parents over the weekend for the students at A&T and at Bennett will be graduating on Saturday. And I'm very proud because my granddaughter's graduating from Bennett, and I'm proud of that fact. Yes. So that's all, Madam Mayor.
Yes, as I mentioned, I was at City Vision last week in Greenville, North Carolina, with the League, and had some good speakers, very good workshops. There was a particularly interesting workshop on microtransit and what some communities are doing. One in particular was Gastonia. They did some major changes to their transit system. I think it has implications for us in terms of not that we would make that major change, but they had some great ideas, and it's really, their ridership is like close to doubling, and really some impressive things going on there, and it's something that I think I'd like us to look into, and if we could have some sort of blended system going forward. It enables people. They've gone from covering 25% of their city with public transportation to then they are now able to cover 100% of their city. And they're actually branching out, looking at branching out to some employers that are just outside the city limits so that city people could also reach those destinations. So it's something that I think we need to look at as an alternative or in addition to what we currently have with our bus system, that I thought was very interesting. And the other thing is, Hugh and I both attended the COC public meeting, which included representatives from all the COC organizations today. And I have to say that the news from the federal government as well as our state government and what might be coming down the pike is extremely sobering, and I think we have to take it very, very seriously in terms of how we contingency plan going forward, because a lot of these organizations that we're used to partnering with appear to be losing the majority of their federal funding. and some of their state funding is at risk as well. And I think it's just a very, very serious situation that could be very difficult for us to deal with in the upcoming, at least short term and maybe long term. So I just want to say that it's something that we're going to all have to pull together and kind of come together and be creative going forward, because some of what all of us have counted on and assumed would always be there looks like it might not be there, and it's very sobering. So.
Their timetable isn't our timetable. We could pass a budget and find out in August and September and October and November that they're slashing and we're not getting stuff. So we may find ourselves in a bad position throughout the whole year trying to reallocate funds, and unfortunately maybe in a position where we have to, not give funds that we normally would. So it's going to be troubling for the next few months. It won't be over in July.
And some of the agencies were saying today was they get instructions from their grantors on Monday, and Wednesday it changes, and then it changes again on Friday, and they're struggling to keep up, and I think we will see a huge consolidation and shrinking of organizations that we have the option of partnering with, and I just think there's a lot coming down.
When we visited with HUD, I think I said this at the work session, we asked them a very specific question, and the woman said, well, I can give you an answer now, but 10 minutes from now, it could be different. So.
And if I could interrupt or join in, Tammy, at just the wrong time, all that consolidation, all those cuts, when we're seeing even more of a need in our communities. So you have, the planets are lining up, and it's going to be, as you said, we have to be very creative and very intentional about what we're going to do.
Jamila?
Yes, I would echo those sentiments, just again with the housing, so how we can be more creative in terms of prevention and intervention. I did want to mention, I think all those that have constituents have been reaching out or who I've been meeting with as they've been talking about some of their concerns and connecting them to resources. And one that I do want to make sure I clear up, there was one particular group that had some confusion around the pallet homes over at the Regency. They thought they were permanent, and they are not permanent. They are temporary, and so those should transition back over to the Pomona Drive area in November. So just want to make sure I clear that up. Also, again, as Ms. Hightower and Zachary attended the IRC executive, so the executive director, Bettina, and so again, just to see the work that's happening over there, and she said it's like oxygen or a breath of fresh air. I echo those sentiments and look forward to additional partnerships with them over at the IRC. And lastly, I had an opportunity to go to the Out of the Garden Project Shared Use Kitchen Showcase, and just really want to highlight that, because when we talk about economic development in our community, small businesses typically are the backbone of our communities and want to be able to lift up some of the work that they are doing at the Shared Use Kitchen over at the Messbaum Center. And it was amazing just to see the number of small businesses doing some of the work that they're doing. So just wanted to lift that up.
Thank you. Tammy, you said you had one more?
I just also wanted to re-clarify, even though you clarified it, Madam Mayor, at our budget work session, but I have heard from some employees that they walked away from that meeting with the understanding that when we discussed the longevity bonus question, that if we came up with a new plan, it would replace the old plan for those people that were grandfathered in, And the mayor said it then, and I just want to reiterate for folks that we are not doing away. That was not part of the discussion of doing away with the old grandfathered plan. So any discussion we had about options and all that, that was for those people that didn't qualify for that grandfathered plan. And I just wanted to make sure our staff heard that message again from council.
Thank you. People that are hired after 2010. Well, I had one quick thing, Mayor. Mr. City Manager and Mr. Davis, can you tell me how much money is remaining out of the housing bond now that we've encumbered $6.4 million? And what is going to be done with that money? What is the anticipation usage of those dollars? I asked this question earlier in the year. I'm going to ask it again. Now we're streamlining it down. We have money sitting in Durham, North Carolina, with a CDFI that is not being used. It's been sitting over there since the first disbursement of this money. When we got all this, oh, we're going to do this and do that and raise this amount of money, we're not lifting it up. Where is that money? How is it being utilized? How much? I have a proposal. We have a local CDFI, and that local CDFI has local tentacles to developers who are interested in doing something in those redevelopment areas, in those Greensboro housing department lots. So the things that some of these folk were coming up speaking about tonight, there can be some usage of those lots if we go ahead on and market it in the right way. And so I need to know how much money is left so we can put out there to help some of those developers get some of the dollars and resources. We're encumbering $6.4 million. And the process definitely needs to change, but I ain't going to repeat that. Can you just give me a total, please?
I think they have a meeting coming up this week, so we'll give you a full update. We'll give all of council an update on that, just so we have the exact number and answer all your questions.
Thank you very much.
Yes, and Mr. City Manager and ACM McRae, going back to the comment we had earlier about the team project, please proactively reach out to both Legal Aid and UNCG to get that request for proposal. That program has shown to be successful. We need to keep it going. Yes, sir.
Mr. City Manager?
Yes, just a few items. I know everybody's probably ready to go. But I do want to take a moment to say, you know, all of your comments regarding the work session cadence has been heard. We try to make sure that we schedule them around whether it's things that are coming up or votes that you might need to make in a meeting that's approaching. So we'll make sure that we quickly address all of the things that you're requesting. The other part I do want to take a quick moment to speak on is the road to 10,000. And I need to say this for the community. I've heard the community members. I've listened to some of the feedback and some of the comments. I recognize that the time that we're in, there's a number of factors at play, whether it's fear, frustration, anticipation, this, approach of what's happening or what does this mean. And I can say this, the alternative to doing the road to 2000 is doing nothing. And so as your city manager and a city manager who cares about the community, what happens with this community, yes, it was my decision to launch this plan. I can tell you that the plan is launched with the support of not just saying we're going to do a plan to open us up so that developers or builders can come into Greensboro and build, but is actually just the opposite of what's driving the fear. It is so we can do very much what you all are saying in making sure that we are identifying and giving guidance to where developers or builders build. It is to address the fears that some of our community has, that if they don't want to be oversaturated with one type of housing, But I can tell you, as we approach the plan and the full development of the plan, it's going to take some time. It won't happen overnight, I can tell you that. Because we don't build houses, but what we do is we're part of that planning process, and we're part of the process that sets the tone for our community. Most recently, last week, we had a very robust meeting with the external stakeholders, which is inclusive of a wide range of folks from our community and representative of every district, different walks of life, whether it's developers, whether it's people that have been part of community groups, whether it's people that are in our legal area or just philanthropists in our community. But it is made up of a wide range of demographics of people in this community. But then also a really aggressive, what I feel like are superstars in the city that have developed things like a list of the inventory that you all have talked about tonight of the existing properties that are in Greensboro, whether it's redevelopment properties. So all of those things we're looking forward to packaging, not only for you, but going into the community. Our communication strategist is developing out an approach so that we can not just go into the community and have a conversation, but go into the community, educate, inform, and be available so that people can understand what this process is about. So I'm looking forward to working with you all. I'm looking forward. I am open to community members. I'm open to developers. I'm open to whoever wants to talk about this plan and what this strategy is about. But again, I'll say this and end on this. This is about Greensboro as a community and making sure that as we grow right. Because if we don't do anything, then the growth is going to happen to us. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I do have something I need to say. Pursuant to council's direction in closed session on April 15th, on the April 15th council meeting, the city has fully settled the lawsuit brought by the estate of Joseph Lopez against former GDP officer Matthew Hamilton and the city of Greensboro for $1.75 million. The city of Greensboro, in reaching this settlement, publicly expresses to the Lopez family that the life of Joseph Lopez matters and that the city is sincerely sorry for the Lopez family's loss. Thank you.